A big relief for flyers and a big step in return to normalcy after the India-Pakistan truce. All 32 airports that were closed in border states are open. The BJP says India sent a strong message with tough measures against Pakistan, striking at the heart of terror. The Congress has once again pushed for a special parliament session where Operation Sindoor can be discussed. Support grows for the trolled Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who was the face of all the updates on Operation Sindoor. Viciously trolled online. His family also attacked. The BJP says absolutely shameful to undermine the Foreign Secretary. And a big relief for the stock markets across the world, and indeed markets as US and China have agreed to roll back their tariffs by 115% and stock markets rise. And it's the end of a cricketing era. Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after a legendary 14-year career. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Let's get you all the latest updates. The Prime Minister today chaired a key security meeting with all top ministers there, as well as the services chief. The NSA too attended this meeting. This comes after a night of calm at the line of control and international border following the ceasefire that was announced between India and Pakistan. And today, so this high-level meeting, which took place for nearly an hour at the Prime Minister's residence. In a short while from now, at around 2:30, a key briefing will also take place by the government, and in which more details will be revealed. Now, this is after the first night of calm along the line of control and the international border, as many of those who are living along those areas have now started returning home, though there is a sense of caution as well. Authorities asking people to be cautious about unexploded shells that could be found in the area. So those checks are currently taking place, but Operation Sindoor, as the government said, was a massive success, striking at the heart of terror in Pakistan, indeed also at the air bases. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya, who's been tracking all these developments and the key meetings that have been taking place. It was nearly an hour-long meeting, Aishwarya, that took place at the Prime Minister's residence today, and at 2:30 we're expecting that briefing.
Well, that's right. A high-level meeting at Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told that this was a two-part meeting. Of course, the first meeting that we have got the visuals from the Prime Minister's residence. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Tri-Services Chief, NSA, CDS, all were the part of that meeting, and Prime Minister took the stock of the situation as far as the current developments alongside the line of control and international border is concerned, and how things are panning out as far as the Jammu and Kashmir region is concerned. Prime Minister was briefed about all of those developments. After that, a separate meeting for 15 minutes went on with NSA Ajit Doval and Air Force Chief and Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And certainly it was updated to Prime Minister about how the things have went on. It was expected earlier as being announced by the Foreign Secretary that at 1200 hours on May 12th, there will be the DGMO level talks, but it had been delayed as of now. But, at 2:30 p.m. is the time that the DGMO level officers would be briefing the media about the ongoing operations, how the de-escalations are going on. But remember, yesterday after the briefing done by the commanders of Army, Navy and Air Force, there was a press conference from the Pakistani side as well. And once again, as usual, there were some fake propaganda, the news which that they showcased was absolutely false. Fake narratives being peddled once again by the Pakistani army. The Indian armed forces have given every visual proof of how these strikes went on as far as the Indian armed forces are concerned. They have given evidences of their air bases being attacked, at what scale they have been attacked, and these were controlled and non-escalatory in nature. That's being very specifically being told yesterday as well, and today as well, how things went on. Of course, the statement which came out from the Indian Armed Forces that with no hostilities on both the side, last night things went very normal. We have seen the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir region,
Right.
Rajasthan, alongside with Punjab borders as well, that things are very calm, and all of these things had been briefed by the top officials to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and all eyes now would be at 2:30 p.m. Briefing with the DGMO levels officers at National Media Center.
Right, and Aishwarya, do stay on with us. As you said, that briefing took place yesterday where we were told 100 terrorists, in fact, were killed and high-level targets. But now some more breaking news coming in, more revelations regarding India's strikes inside Pakistan. And now it has been revealed that the IF also hit Karachi. During Operation Sindoor, it was the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Main Pak city, they're hit by Indian forces. Now, yesterday, remember, Rajnath Singh, as well as the briefing that took place in the evening, talked about the strike at Rawalpindi, which is a big shock to Pakistan, to the fact that with such precise strikes were made deep inside, right next to Islamabad. But now this big revelation that the Indian Air Force also struck inside Karachi. This is the Malir Cant in Karachi that was hit. Now, if you remember, the night of the big strikes, where there was a certain amount of confusion also regarding where all Indian Air Force had struck, where our missiles had reached. Now, yesterday at the briefing, it was revealed about the air bases that were destroyed due to the precise missile strikes by India. But now this revelation, let's go across to Shiv Arur, who has been tracking these developments. And Shiv, now the Indian Air Force confirming that during those strikes, Karachi was also hit, this base in Karachi was hit, this Cant area.
That is correct. This is a huge update that we're getting right now. Remember, this was mentioned by Air Marshal A.M. Bharti, the Director General of Air Operations, in his press briefing yesterday. But most people missed it because he only mentioned Malir Cantonment, but he didn't mention Karachi, where Malir Cantonment is. So, very few people actually put two and two together. Now we know for sure that the Malir Cantonment is in Karachi, and an air defense site was actually struck by missiles. This is a huge update because, Karachi is of enormous importance. It is one of Pakistan's biggest and most crucial cities. And the addition of Karachi to that list of bases and cities that were struck by Indian Air Force missiles fired from Indian Air Force fighter aircraft means that every major city practically in Pakistan in some way or the other was hit. Its military installations were hit. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi, Faisalabad, and Sialkot, all of these are big cities, and now Karachi gets added to that list. Remember, Gargi, the reason why Karachi is also important is because the Navy yesterday said that it was completely primed and ready for a strike on Karachi. This would have been, assets on the coast, the harbor, energy installations, economic installations, the port itself, which the Navy confirmed they had targeting information about and were primed and ready to strike in the event of any escalation. But it looks like Karachi was already locked as far as a strike was concerned, and we can confirm now that the Malir Cant that the Indian Air Force mentioned in yesterday's briefing was in Karachi. What damage has been caused over there is not clear yet, but an air defense installation at the Malir Cant in Karachi appears to have been destroyed. That's what the Indian Air Force said on record. This is a very, very big update to that list.
That's right, Shiv. In fact, yesterday the big talk was the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base and in Rawalpindi.
That is correct. The Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, the air defense installation at the Lahore airport, which was initially dismissed as some kind of Pakistan army exercise, a radar facility in Sialkot, and now the Malir Kant air defense installation in Karachi. With this and with more information coming out, I'm wondering whether we know everything about the airstrikes, Gargi, because frankly, this is this adds not only a new dimension to the complexity and the reach of the Indian Air Force's targeting systems, but it also sort of broadens the map, expands the map to all parts of the country. Karachi is in the southern part of Pakistan, in the Sindh area. You've had the Bholari air base where, our missiles apparently struck very close to some nuclear installations. It looks like phase 3 of Operation Sindoor was an all-out escalation by India to really, really pin down the Pakistan military. And just from a psychological perspective, Malir cantonment in Karachi, Gargi, may be just another addition to what is already a very, very impressive list. But Karachi, remember, has a great deal of significance for India. It's a city and a harbor that was bombed by the Indian Navy during the 1971 war, and therefore carries a huge amount of historic significance as well. It is the economic nerve center of Pakistan. It's one of their largest ports as well. And therefore, for India's missiles to land in a cantonment installation in Karachi itself is a very big deal. Not to mention the fact that this was an air defense installation, Gargi, that was targeted, which means that the aerial and airborne air defense protection of a large city like Karachi may have actually been compromised in this strike.
That's right, Shiv. And during the briefing, it was also emphasized how there was no, civilian area that was ever targeted, how these were very precise strikes. And that is something that is really, is something I'm sure is going to be studied going forward, the kind of strikes that were conducted by India and the absolute precision and how, as you said, these various air bases, Rawalpindi, and now it's revealed that in Karachi also this strike taking place. And, maybe today at that briefing that we're expecting in around 15 minutes from now, we'll have more details regarding the strikes.
I agree with you. I think today's briefing, which starts in a few minutes from now, should have more visual information. Remember that we still haven't seen, 27 images as part of a very, very detailed presentation were put out yesterday, Gargi, establishing the damage inflicted by Indian missiles in Chaklala, in Murid, in Sakar, in Noor Khan, like you mentioned, the Chaklala base, Rafiki, and other places, Lahore, Sialkot, as well as the terror sites. But battle damage assessment is still awaited in some of the other bases which the Indian Air Force has acknowledged they hit, but those maps and satellite images haven't come yet for various reasons. They should be coming anytime. Sargoda also came quite late yesterday. It was an update. So we should be expecting more imagery, I'm guessing, at some point today. Skardu in the northern areas, the Malir cantonment in Karachi are two that come to mind. There could be some other battle damage imagery that will be shared as well.
As we've said, the fighting is now over. It's a ceasefire right now, but it is a battle of perception as well. And to see the manner in which all these, revelations are made, the way the DGMOs have spoken about the kind of operation that was carried out under Operation Sindoor. You're there in, Jammu and Kashmir. It's been the first night of calm, and one is hoping to really consolidate on this ceasefire and that this continues for the sake of, the local people also now returning home. But so Shiv, this is very interesting that now more and more, facts are being revealed about Operation Sindoor, even as though that hotline, is there, that, there will be communication at the DGMO level over the ceasefire and after the first night of calm that we've seen in several days.
You're absolutely right. Very interestingly, Gargi, I had a conversation with a contact of mine in the Air Force, and he said, if you're impressed by the amount of information that has been released in public in this press briefing, imagine the wealth of data and operational information there actually is with the Air Force pertaining to these historic strikes on all these places, which we now know also includes the Malir cantonment in Karachi. It's incredible to actually think about,
Right.
how much data data has
Shiv, as
actually
you're
been
talking
gleaned
about that,
in this
and you know,
unprecedented attack.
you said this was something that most of us missed during the briefing yesterday. So let's just take a look at that key part where Air Marshal Bharti mentions this Malir Cant.
Up to the task. In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Cant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala. These were suitably addressed, and thereafter his drone attacks continued even till morning, which we countered, and during the daytime there was some respite. Here I would like to bring out another aspect. What we found was that while the drone attacks were being launched from somewhere close to Lahore, enemy had allowed his civilian aircraft to also continue to fly out of Lahore. Not only his own aircraft, but international passenger aircraft, which is quite insensitive, and we had to exercise extreme caution, even at the cost of some tactical disadvantage, to ensure that there is no damage to any of the civilian aircraft.
All right, so there you have the Air Marshal's statement, which it seems, Shiv, you also missed it when they announced that 11 key Pakistani air bases were struck during that operation, and it's after that that the ceasefire was arrived at, and it's after that the Pakistan reached out, and you know the US says that they assisted in this entire exercise. But yes, so we struck such key cities, near such key cities, precise strikes at air bases, at you know, only military installations at this Cant in Karachi.
You know, Gargi, to be very honest, I'm going to be studying the names of military cantonments in Pakistan to connect them with cities, so we, you know exactly what has been struck. Because I think you're right. I share your sentiments right now about the fact that this is a target list that continues to keep expanding. I think at today's press briefing, Vishnu, our colleague, is going to be there, and I'm sure we'll try and get a question in on precisely the nature of the damage, you know, that was inflicted on some of these key sites. Remember, striking military installations is one thing. Striking military installations in big cities that are key to, you know, citywide defense, air defense. This was a surface-to-air missile site, or SAM site, as Air Marshal Bharti said, is a very, very hostile act, and it now makes sense. It's kind of dawning on everyone
you know,
why
Shiv, as
Pakistan
you said,
sort of picked up the phone and asked for this ceasefire.
Near nuclear command centers, I mean, Rawalpindi, etc., those strikes, and that's what today at the press conference the BJP just held. They said it's for the first time that you've gone into you know, a nuclear country and managed to strike so many you know, prime targets there, and this really was the turning point. And it's after this that the ceasefire was announced, and Pakistan, you know, reached out, and the ceasefire announcement came through.
Correct. There were at least 3 bases, Gargi, which you rightly mentioned, where Indian missiles struck very close to, you know, nuclear command elements. You know, either establishment command and control, or possibly even, you know, nuclear launch sites. These included Chaklala, like you said, in Rawalpindi, the Bholari base, which is towards the south, and also the Sargodha base. These 3 bases are known to be proximate to elements of the strategic command of Pakistan, which is basically their nuclear authority. And that is what really rang the alarm bells, because an intelligence alert had rung through the defense networks of Pakistan, suggesting that India would try and take out some nuclear elements as well. Not attack actual nuclear weapons facilities, but the command and control infrastructure, which is very, very valuable to the Pakistan military. And that completely rattled and spooked them and is said to be the tipping point, forcing them to, ask the United States to intervene. And as we've reported, the sequence of events after that is basically the US telling Pakistan, Gargi, to pick up the hotline that is established between the DGMOs and get on a conversation with your counterpart on the other side and come to some kind of an understanding to cease hostilities, because the US, in some ways, and not to make it too simplistic, was basically saying India is in full war mode right now. I don't think even we can call them off, so you had better pick up that phone and try and come to an understanding. And that's precisely what happened, Gargi.
All right, Shiv, thanks so much for joining us with that big breaking news, a strike in Karachi at that Cant area. And we're hoping for more, details of this at 2:30 during the briefing that will take place. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. It's been a night of calm in Jammu and Kashmir along the LOC and other border areas. And now an exclusive interview with the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who talks about how the economy of the Union Territory is now in tatters. There's no tourist, valley is empty. And also the immediate priority for the government is the return of the people and also helping them rebuild their homes.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has by design unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling. And it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora.
Welcome back. In just a short while from now, we're expecting that key briefing by the DGMOs to take place. There you can see the chairs are set, the media is all there. NDTV's Vishnu Shom is also there, where we're expecting that briefing to take place and more revelations regarding Operation Sindoor. Remember, yesterday there was the briefing where they spoke about exactly where all India had struck inside of Pakistan, how every city of Pakistan, in a sense, every key city had been struck during the precise airstrikes by India, and that is what was really the turning point of the hostilities and the conflict that took place between India and Pakistan, and after that was when the ceasefire was arrived at. So we will be tuning in for that key briefing in just a short while from now, but let's get you updated on all the developments that have taken place since the morning, and the big cheer really for travelers, air travelers, is that the 32 airports that were closed across northern and northwestern regions of the country due to the hostilities and the restrictions and abundance of caution have now reopened, is what India's aviation regulator has said. It is going to take some time really for the air services to absolutely normalize, but these airports included several key airports like Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar. Well, let's go across to Tanushka for more. And Tanushka, that's been some great news today, and really another big step towards normalcy in these border states is the reopening of the airports.
Right, this is a welcome relief for all the passengers, and definitely with these 32 airports being reopened, this comes in from the Airports Authority of India in a notification wherein the closure, temporary closure of these 32 airports in the northern and western region of our country has been lifted, which means that from now, with immediate effect, these 32 airports should be resuming with their civil flight operations. Some of these airports were that of Jammu, Leh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Porbandar, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, to name a few, and these will start off with their operations. Now, of course, the authorities are discussing with respect to the smooth transition back to normalcy, and this does involve a reallotment of staff, crowd management as well, and understanding how can this be a smooth process for both the airport authorities, respective airports, as well as the passengers. Now, the Airports Authority of India in its notice has said that passengers are advised to maintain constant touch and communication with the respective airlines on the updates with respect to their flights.
To where the briefing is taking place of that key briefing is taking place on Operation Sindoor. Let's just listen in there. You can see all the Vice Air Admiral and Pramod and all have gathered for that key briefing. Let's listen in.
नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है पहचाना, बोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindoor. Like yesterday, we'll have the opening statements by the three senior officers who are here with me. You all know them well now. However, for those who were not here yesterday, let me introduce you to them. In the middle, we have Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, Director General Air Operations, who will provide insights on the air domain. To his right is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General Military Operations. He will cover the land aspects. And to my immediate right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, the Director General Naval Operations. Following these briefings, we will be having a few question and answers. May I now request the DG Air Operations to commence the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ, वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था। This brings me to the point, how have Indian forces managed to minimize the damage to both civilian and military infra in the country, in spite of the unrelenting efforts by the Pakistani forces? Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired manpads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the Osa AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. Another highlight has been the stellar performance of the indigenous air defense weapon system like the Akash system. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that putting together and operationalization of this potent AD environment has been possible over the last decade due to unwavering budgetary and policy support provided by the Government of India in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment and weapon systems. Some of the results achieved in countering the enemy threat vectors over the last week are now being shown on the screen. Shown on the screen is a probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which we have brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems. As far as our offensive actions are concerned, yesterday I had already shared some details about the targets engaged by the Indian Air Force. The composite picture of the Indian Air Force targeting so far is now shown on the screen. As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. I would now hand over to the DGMO to cover his portion.
धन्यवाद एयर मार्शल भारती। मैं आज आप सब के साथ भारतीय सेना के एयर डिफेंस मेजर्स जो कि हमने इंडियन एयर फोर्स के साथ मिलजुल कर तालमेल में लिए उसके बारे में कुछ बातचीत करूंगा। इस विषय में मैंने कल भी कुछ टिप्पणी करी थी, लेकिन आज मैं इस युद्ध के अहम एस्पेक्ट के बारे में आपको थोड़ा और पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहता हूं। हमें एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के एयर डिफेंस की कार्रवाई को एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आतंक की गतिविधियों का कैरेक्टर जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहा था। अब हमारी मिलिट्री के साथ साथ मासूम सिविलियंस जो कि अपना बचाव करने में विफल थे, उन पर भी हमले हो रहे थे। 2024 में जम्मू सेक्टर में शिवखोरी मंदिर को जाते हुए यात्री और इस साल अप्रैल में पहलगाम में मासूम पर्यटक इस खतरनाक ट्रेंड के विशेष उदाहरण हैं। पहलगाम तक पाप का ये घड़ा भर चुका था। उसके बाद जो हुआ उसके बारे में हम कल विस्तार में बातचीत कर चुके हैं। क्योंकि आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे, हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। आपके सामने इस ग्रिड को एक तरीके से दर्शाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से कितनी लेयर्स, रडार्स, काउंटर अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, उसके पीछे शोल्डर फायर्ड वेपन्स, हमारे विंटेज एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स जो कि काफ़ी सालों से हमारी सेना में हैं। एयर मार्शल भारती ने भी उसके बारे में बात करी। और लास्ट में हमारे मॉडर्न एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम्स। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टीयर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए। ये जो डायग्राम आप अपने सामने देख रहे हैं, ये मुझे एक इंसिडेंट की याद दिला रहा है। और मैं आपको इस उदाहरण के ज़रिए से एक ये एस्पेक्ट हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं स्कूल में था तो तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल से ये 70 का दशक था और उस समय इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में, आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के दो बहुत तेज गेंदबाज जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेजी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट, इफ थॉमो डोंट गेट हियर देन लिली श्योरली मस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज़ को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं, उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम ज़रूर गिरा देगा। जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहाँ पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूँ। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनआर्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindoor has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments, and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To talk about the air defense capability, the Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains, that is
air, surface and subsurface, through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest, to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The carrier battle group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the carrier battle group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया. Over the past few years, and most importantly, immediately after the cowardly incident by Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attack at Pahalgam, we had validated our anti-missile and anti-aircraft defense capability in a complex threat environment using cross-platform cooperative mechanism. Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space. The Indian Navy maintains a credible capability to detect, identify, and neutralize any aerial platforms that threaten our units at sea. To sum up, the Indian Navy's dominance thus ensured that, should we choose to, we can strike at will. Thank you, Shamdo Varna, Jai Hind. May I now hand over to Director General Air Operations for further proceedings.
Thank you, Pramod. I think a lot has been said, and I would only end by saying and emphatically state that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise. और अंत में यह मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सभी मिलिट्री बेसेस और सारे इक्विपमेंट और सिस्टम्स ऑपरेशनल हैं और ज़रूरत पड़ने पर अपने अगले मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं और तत्पर भी हैं. शुक्रिया दोस्तों, और यदि कोई अभी क्वेश्चंस हैं तो हम लोग तैयार हैं उसके लिए.
Ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, I'll request you to raise your placards, which most of you are doing. Again, repeating it, anything which is confidential in nature will not be responded to. And as you are aware, the DGMOs, all three of them, have got an important assignment after this, which you also are very well aware of. So we shall not be taking too many questions today. I started with both the ends yesterday. Today I'll start from the center, 237. 237. And I'll request you to please maintain, I'll ask you, I'll come to you.
हेलो हेलो सर, मैं आवाज़ आ रही मेरी? हेलो सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से आपके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के ठीक पहले एक वीडियो हमने स्क्रीन पर देखा जिसमें राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की कृष्ण की चेतावनी की प्रमुख पंक्तियों को उद्धृत किया गया और सीधे सीधे दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया कि याचना नहीं. मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने के ठीक पहले राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की जो कृष्ण की चेतावनी है उन पंक्तियों को सामने रखा गया और कहा गया कि याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या मरण होगा. कल शिव तांडव स्त्रोत के जरिए दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया था और आज राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इन प्रमुख पंक्तियों के जरिए ये किस तरह के डिटरेंट को क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, किस तरह के मैसेज को दिया जा रहा है, इसको थोड़ा इलेबोरेट करके अगर आप बताएं तो जाहिर तौर पर ये संदेश और व्यापक तौर पर जाएगा. और एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा यह है कि ड्रोन अटैक को लेकर जो बातें सामने निकल कर आई हैं, एक बहुत हाइप क्रिएट था टर्किश ड्रोन को लेकर, TV2 और उसके तमाम ड्रोन को लेकर. ऐसा लगता है कि वो हाइप और ओवररेटेड ड्रोन जो है वो भारत में धराशायी हो गया, एक मैसेज दुनिया को चला गया कि अब हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर में इसकी औकात नहीं बची है.
ओके, ऑल राइट, ओके, थैंक यू. आपने क्या नाम बताया अपना और किस एजेंसी से हैं? न्यूज़ नेशन से. बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी हिंदी सुनकर और हिंदी कविता सुनकर. तो मेरे कलीग ने अभी बताया, आई थिंक आई मेंशन्ड यीहा टू बी चाइनीज ऑरिजिन. आई वुड लाइक टू करेक्ट माई सेल्फ. The Yeha drones are of Turkish origin. So that comes to your question. All right. चूंकि आपने शुरू किया श्री रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की कविता से, हमारे राष्ट्र कवि रहे हैं, और क्या संदेश दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी। और जहां तक ये टर्किश ड्रोन्स का सवाल है, आपने देखा किस तरह के रेकेज यहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स हमने दिखाए हैं, चाहे वो टर्किश ड्रोन्स हो या और कहीं के भी ड्रोन्स हो। हमारे काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम्स, हमारे ट्रेन्ड एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेटर्स पूरी तरह सक्षम हैं, और हमारी देश की जो इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटी है काउंटर यूएस के लिए, उसने दिखा दिया है कि चाहे किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, हम उसको काउंटर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और मुझे बोलने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपने खुद ही अपनी आंखों से देखा है हमने इनका क्या हश्र किया है। धन्यवाद।
All right. 226.
Sir, Aditya Raj called from TV9 Network. Yesterday, the DG ISPR came out with a press conference, and while you have been continuously providing satellite images and proofs, undeniable proof really, of the airstrikes that happened and the damage that is caused, there's no evidence coming in from the other side. What do you think is there? Are they trying to bluff their people? Are they trying to build some kind of a propaganda for the anger that domestically is there in Pakistan? And secondly, related question, you mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. The brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, who was killed. Pakistan DG ISPR is trying to build a propaganda where he's saying that Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf from Lashkar-e-Toiba was at the entire funeral, but he's saying that he's alive, and they're trying to confuse the people because the two names are similar. The Jaish chief, who is the brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, and the Lashkar guy who was with the Pakistan army at the funeral. So could you clarify what has really happened? Because there is a lot of propaganda and information warfare happening from the Pakistan side. Thank you.
I think the first part of the question you have answered yourself. I need not delve more on it. Why they are doing what they are doing, information is not forthcoming from there. Obviously, that is expected, and they would do whatever it takes to assuage their people and minimize whatever information about the damage comes out. Here, I would like to clarify, as I said yesterday, our fight is with the terrorists. Our fight is not with the Pakistan military or Pakistan civilians. So that is very clear, and we are very clear in our targeting. So coming to the second part of your question as to what media or what propaganda spin the other side is trying to make out a story. Well, it is for them to answer, and it really is not a military question for us to answer here. We've done our job. We have done what we are expected to do, and that is it.
I'll come this side, 249.
सर, मैं पूनम पांडे हूँ, नवभारत टाइम्स से। पाकिस्तान ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उसमें एक सेंटेंस उन्होंने यूज़ किया था कि दिस इज़ न्यू आर्ट ऑफ वॉर। तो हम सब ने देखा, शायद पहली बार देखा कि किस तरीके से आसमान में दोनों एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट थे। क्या आप बता सकेंगे, क्योंकि हम जो लगातार जब कवर करते हैं हम देखते हैं 2016 में के बाद ड्रोन का जो पूरा वॉरफेयर में रोल है वो दिखा था, तो हमने भी वो दिखाया, और किस स्तर की ये वॉर थी? अगर थोड़ा आप क्लैरिटी दे सकें कि कितने एयरक्राफ्ट उनके इन्वॉल्व थे, लगभग कितने हमारे थे, क्या इसे अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जो जंग हुई है आसमान में वो कहा जा सकता है? और ड्रोन के रोल पे थोड़ा और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि 2016 के बाद जिस तरीके से बढ़ा है।
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कल कहा था कि इस लड़ाई के डिटेल्स अभी हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसमें काफ़ी कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स होंगे, कितने जहाज थे दोनों तरफ से, किस तरह की लड़ाई हुई. These are questions of technical details which we may not be able to share firstly, and which we may not be able to share to explain to you the way it needs to be explained. Suffice to say कि yes, ये एक दूसरी तरह का warfare था, and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी. हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है, और टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हो रहे हैं. हम भी उस एडवांसमेंट्स के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे एडवर्सरीज भी हिस्सा हैं. सो इट इज़ अ कैट एंड माउस गेम, एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी. So that is what is going to happen. So if you ask, was this different? Was this engagement different? Definitely it was different. And a lot of new aspects have come out, but we were prepared for it, we were trained for it, and we were equipped for it. That is the only aspect that I can share with you at this time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last question, 161.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. Snesh Philip here from the print. So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As I said yesterday, as I said earlier and yesterday, it is difficult to take everybody's questions, and the DGMers have to reach somewhere right now. So thank you for coming. Please send in your questions on paper. We will definitely answer them. Thank you.
Key DGMO briefing on Operation Sindoor. Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Well, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck the terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists, and they made it their own fight. He said Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. We understand now India also has been continuously providing proof of the strikes carried out, with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage that have been recovered. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. India has also confirmed that a Pakistani Mirage was destroyed in Operation Sindoor, but how much damage has been incurred on the other side, they haven't really given out details very clearly. But yes, photos and pictures have been given as proof. Those videos also on your TV screens in earlier briefings also they were provided, and more information, more evidence is being provided by the DGMO here in this press conference. All right, so the press conference is over now. My colleague Shiv Varur is also joining us on the broadcast. He is in Uri in Jammu Kashmir. My colleague Vishnu will be joining us in just a bit. Shiv, India clearly reiterating and emphasizing on the fact that Pakistani army has been responsible for their own losses. This was said before and once again emphasized in this very briefing, clearly saying that our target, our aim was the terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And how Pakistani army really responded, it's their own fault.
Very correct. The Armed Forces briefing that's just gotten over had the senior commanders of the three services emphasize repeatedly, not once, not twice, but thrice, that the enemy here was the terrorists and this was not an operation against the Pakistan military or the Pakistan people. That is a very important shift, considering it comes just 48 hours after the Indian Air Force bombed at least 12 military bases in Pakistan, which we now know also includes a military cantonment surface-to-air weapon system in Karachi. I want to quickly just go through the big takeaways from this hugely crucial press conference, the second in 2 days by the armed forces. Number one, the armed forces have confirmed that every single Indian military or Air Force base is intact, operational and ready to continue operations if deemed necessary at short notice. That is a huge clarification coming in from the armed forces, because there's been all sorts of misinformation and rumor mongering over damage to different places in the country, military installations. Number two, the Indian Navy giving us more information at this press conference about its operations. The INS Vikrant carrier battle group that we know was deployed in the North Arabian Sea, we now know officially and on the record from this briefing, had basically started flying its fighters, its MiG-29K fighters, which forced the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan Navy aircraft to remain confined to the Makran coast of Balochistan. They were not able to fly over the ocean. So that is a huge, huge pressure tactic that was built upon Pakistan. Number three, this is for the first time at this briefing that the Indian Air Force, Army and Navy have revealed pictures of failed Chinese systems, whether it was missiles, whether it was air defense systems, whether it was Turkish drones as well. Imagery was put out officially for the first time so far that was confined to open source and social media. Number four, a large part of this briefing was dedicated to talking about the Indian integrated air defense system, which included indigenous homegrown systems like the Akash and the anti-drone system developed by the DRDO. And this was given a huge amount of attention. Its efficacy and trial by fire has happened.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Finally, of course, the Indian Armed Forces saying that India's offensive posture continues against Pakistan.
Absolutely. I'll just come back to you, Shiv. Well, India has also clearly said, even as there has been a night of calm yesterday, India has also made it clear all military bases, systems, equipment remain fully functional and if needed in future will be ready for operation. My colleague Vishnu Shom also joining us on the broadcast. He is at the NMC where this key press briefing was held. Vishnu, big takeaways from this briefing. India clearly saying what happened on between India and Pakistan, and Pakistan clearly siding with the terrorists. What has happened is Pakistan's fault.
Let me explain to you what exactly took place at this press conference. Now, over the last couple of days, we've been talking about India's airstrikes into Pakistan, whether it's air bases or against terror training hubs. Another key part of this, as important, were India's defenses. Now, India operates an integrated air defense system. It is integrated between the Army, Air Force and the Navy. There were several incoming Pakistani strikes which were thwarted. And at this press conference, there was video evidence and there were photographs of drones and rockets and missiles which were launched by the Pakistanis, which was demonstrated. It is as a result of the successful deployment of all sorts of surface-to-air missiles, of air defense guns, indigenous systems among them, that we were able to thwart the threat which was coming in. Had that threat not been thwarted, then there would have been a lot more damage on the ground, whether in military bases or in civilian areas. It was as a result of India being able to maintain the integrity of our ground resources, our forces, our Air Force on the ground and at our bases, that we were able to launch comprehensive airstrikes on several Pakistani air bases, whether they were cantonment-related radar facilities, command and control hubs, hangars at air bases. Very significantly, while this was brought out in the press conference yesterday, it's a point that needs to be mentioned again, that Karachi, or the cantonment over there, was one of the hubs which was struck. Remember, the attack on Karachi in the 1971 war was something which was, it's a story which is the stuff of legends as far as we are concerned. But there's been another strike on Karachi, and not just that, but other
major Pakistani centers as well, not least of all Rawalpindi. One final point before I take anything else you have is that the Director General of Air Operations denied that nuclear sites of Pakistan or sites where they house nuclear weapons were struck by the Indian Air Force, contrary to claims which have been made online.
Absolutely. As you've also been mentioning earlier here, Vishnu, that and this has been reiterated in the press conference here, that Pakistani military bases were also hit. Some damage was also caused to the Pak army bases. But if something major would have happened, well, India was all ready to strike them hard.
Yeah, so I think what the manner in which we need to really summarize this is to explain that, number one, there have been very successful strikes against a series of Pakistani air bases. There have obviously been very successful strikes against the terror hubs, whether in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, in Muzaffarabad, and in several other centers, just some close across the line of control. But beyond that, we were scaling up our attacks. We were progressively escalating our attacks and responding to what Pakistan was doing. Remember, it was never India's intention to escalate further. In fact, on day one, after carrying out our attacks on Bahawalpur and Muridke and those other areas which have been terror hotbeds and the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba, our Director General of Military Operations reached out to his counterpart and said that, look, we have done what we've had to do, and the reason that, and what we need to tell you now is that we don't want to escalate. At that stage, the Pakistanis rebuffed that offer and said that no, there would be a Pakistani response. But it was that Director General of Military Operations who then called up his Indian counterpart 2 or 3 days later and said, no, let's get into a ceasefire situation. The bottom line the government believes is that it was because of the success of India's strikes on Pakistani air bases that Pakistan arrived at that conclusion.
Absolutely. It wasn't really what India had wanted in the first place, but it was Pakistan's provocation that led India to strike hard. And it would have gone to another level if the ceasefire agreement wasn't reached upon. But India has very much made it clear at this point in time. Also, Prime Minister Modi also said that if any other sort of escalation happens in the future, we are ready to give them a befitting response. Shiv Arur, my colleague, continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Shiv, as I've been saying, that India has, of course, made it clear that their military units, their installations are ready in case, Pakistan doesn't mend its ways, comes back to what it is known to be doing.
And I can confirm that in all my travels here in J&K, Kitty, that the Indian armed forces are not seeing this ceasefire as, a cessation of hostilities, as some kind of a trigger, to back down on their operational alert. This country, let's be very clear about it, is on war alert right now. We haven't scaled back even an inch since that understanding was arrived upon 2 days ago. The Director Generals of Military Operations will be speaking in a couple of hours from now. They're scheduled to have that conversation where they assess what the last 2 days have been like since that understanding was agreed upon. But let's remember, and you're right, the offensive alert, the long-range strike alert, the operational readiness alert across all of the 3 armed forces, its military bases, including those that Pakistani misinformation had suggested had been damaged, are all ready to jump into the next phase of escalations if deemed necessary. India has also made it very clear that even the smallest deviations, Kitty, smallest of provocations or escalations from the Pakistan side, will probably attract an inordinate or an incongruous reply. It will not be equitable. It will not be within the same domain. It will be punitive from the start, which means it will be much more damaging. To give you an example, if one line of control post gets fired upon, 10 line of control posts will probably be destroyed as a punitive response. That's the kind of template we're looking at right now. That's the kind of mood the military and the political leadership of India is in right now after having arrived at that ceasefire. I'm here at the line of control, Uri, the last village in Tilabari, where people still haven't returned. That's going to be the next phase, but the country remains on war alert.
Absolutely. Well, Shiv, we understand now, till the time normalcy actually returns to Jammu Kashmir, other parts of India, we understand in Jammu Kashmir there has been a major impact of this conflict between the two sides, and people are still, waiting to return to their homes. But we will keep an eye on the developments there. Thank you so much, Shiv and Vishnu, for getting us all those details. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the big development now coming in. We are learning that India, in this very press conference that was held just a while back, has made it clear that it has hit the military bases in Pakistan, and much damage has been caused. But what has also happened at this point in time is Pakistan's doing. Indian armed forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was speaking to the media, addressing the DGMO conference, saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. We understand, Vishnu. Let me come back to Vishnu Shom, my colleague, who's been reporting from the NMC here. Yes, Vishnu, we understand, how the future strategy would also have been planned out in that important meeting that was held, the military hotline conversation also that was held between the two sides.
Kitty, let me just come in and offer a couple of key points of what has actually taken place over here at this press conference. And the key point which is being mentioned over here are two or three. We need to understand the context of what has happened. In as much as India has spoken about offensive operations, the focus of this press conference was to speak about defensive operations. Had those defensive operations not been successful, in other words, had we not been able to defend against incoming missiles, incoming drones, or incoming rockets, then the damage on the ground which would have been sustained, whether in military areas or in civilian areas, would have been problematic for India. If we look at what has happened in Pakistan, what they have been talking about yesterday and today is the very specific damage which has been incurred, which has taken place in military bases in Pakistan, which has prevented the Pakistan Air Force from being able to operate in the manner in which they would have liked. This is perhaps the primary reason why Pakistan came to us and said, let's get into a ceasefire agreement. I cannot stress enough, the damage done to the Pakistani military bases has sent a very strong message. Yes, selective areas were struck. These were precision strikes. But the fact that our BrahMos missiles went through, presumably our Scalp missiles went through, and our Hammer missiles went through, and the Pakistanis were not able to defend it, perhaps gave the Pakistani military leadership a reason to take pause and reflect on what has just happened. If India is able to strike across the frontage from Karachi in the south to Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters essentially of the Pakistani military, then if there were more attacks coming in, if India were to saturate these bases, then the Pakistan Air Force's ability to fight would no longer exist. So I think that is the significance of what has happened in what has been conveyed to us yesterday. And this is actually part two of that, because it's all linked up. We made it clear to them that they no longer would have the ability to fight us, but we were able to ward off their attacks, which is why we were able to fight.
Absolutely. So the next steps would also have been discussed between the both sides, we understand, in that conversation that happened earlier?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by next steps, but that would have likely been India's game plan to move into an escalation. Yes. After the ceasefire agreement, there is another conversation which is going to be taking place between the Directors General of Military Operations. That's going to be taking place today. But in terms of whether India would escalate to a larger area, that would have taken place potentially had Pakistan not agreed to a ceasefire. Now, Pakistan did agree to a ceasefire. There were certain violations. However, by and large, in the last 24 hours, by and large, it has been peaceful. The Directors General of Military Operations holding their press conference in a little while, holding their conversation, I should say, in a little while from now is important, because there is a sense that they might reinforce the existence of that ceasefire, which is essential in ensuring that there is relative peace between both sides. Because if there isn't, government sources have told us that India will keep striking. It's not as if Op Sindoor is over. This is a point that has been mentioned, and I'd like to reiterate, Op Sindoor is not over. It's still very much in place. Our forces have not stood down. They remain on alert. Therefore, this is something that will be conveyed to Pakistan. I am fairly sure that, look, you need to maintain that ceasefire, which you have wanted, or else you have seen what we've been able to do. We may do more.
Absolutely. All right. Vishnu, stay on with us. We have, Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav also now joining us on the broadcast. We will continue to get more information about the situation here. We understand now this briefing is over already, but important points that have been reiterated by the forces here, clearly saying that the fight wasn't against Pakistan's civilians or its population. It was against terror. It was against terrorism and terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is why the terror camps were struck on May 7th. But it was Pakistan that's responsible for what has happened. They sided with the terrorists and they made it their own fight. All right, let me go across to our guest here. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you read this entire situation, sir? Of course, we've seen the ceasefire agreement came into effect, and after that, last night also, there has been much calm on the LOC, but India clearly reiterating that if Pakistan resorts to any such, nefarious activities in the future, it is definitely going to give a strong response.
Kitty, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata Ki Jai to all our viewers. Now coming to your question and proper, you see, as Rome has told, the Op Sindoor has not stopped. It is only the military content of Op Sindoor, there is a little pause. So therefore, what is happening now? Politically, Pakistan is, politically they have done nothing much and they are in a corner. What do they explain to the population as of now? That there was a war, they started, they escalated it, and now they are the one, all their bases, they have been destroyed, and the Air Force is virtually grounded, thereby creating a space for Indian Air Force to take on in case there is a violation of any ceasefire hereafter. The second and the most important point here is, India has conveyed one point very clearly, that any act of terror would be treated as an act of war. What is the implication? Implication is that should Pakistan indulge in any other terror act within Indian boundaries or any state or hinterland, India would be free to carry out military operation deep inside their territory. So that is a very big danger and very big worry for Pakistan. Secondly, this entire game plan is for water. And by suspension of Indus Water Treaty, India has put Pakistan on notice. Now, by going in for military ceasefire, that is not resolving that part of it, which is the most important aspect for the Pak economy. So it is a state of checkmate politically, militarily, and diplomatically. So Pakistan is in a corner. It is for them to see now how do they proceed hereafter. Do they mend their ways or they continue fighting with us, and in case they do that, they are doomed for times to come.
But sir, there is a very interesting saying about Pakistan that we've been reading and hearing since a few days once again, that whenever Pakistan loses, it comes back. It wants to come back to attack India, and we have to be on our on guard. And we have to be cautious, and that is what in this briefing also it was very much made clear that all our military units are ready and very much in place, and our forces are ready in case Pakistan comes back to attack us.
Kitty, you're right. Pakistan has always, their intentions are to conserve the military power, and by agreeing to ceasefire now, at the back of the mind is to conserve the military power to fight another day. They would like to reorganize and recoup themselves and upgrade the technology in times to come so as to come back to the India. So they want to conserve the military power. All right. So their intentions are not very pious or anything else. So we have to read in between the line what are their intentions. So therefore, the way we have taken our stance as of now, our government, that act of terror would be treated as an act of war, and IWT continues to be in state of animation. And as far as military is concerned, we are on full alert. So it is a difficult time for Pakistan.
But Pakistan, yes, absolutely, sir. You're right in saying that. But Pakistan is literally crippled when it comes to even if they think about hitting India once again. There has been the satellite images, also the evidence that is being provided here by the forces here on a day-to-day basis clearly shows how significant damage has been caused to their bases, to their military units and sites. Pakistan, as I've been saying, at this point in time, doesn't really have much of an option.
Absolutely correct. If you have heard this press briefing by DGMO, the Army DGMO, he has said that the Indian Armed Forces have got backing of 140 crore people. So that is a very big strength, despite the fact we are multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilingual society. Wherein this cannot be said regarding Pakistan. You see, Pakistan internally is a divided society. Baloch, they are fighting for the independence. TTP and the Pathans, they are also not cohort with the Punjabis. So, and Sindhis are also not very happy with Punjabi stance of diverting the water to the southern Punjab and making new canals. So it is a divided society altogether, and this operation, what they have done in Pahalgam, is primarily was to create a situation wherein they can gather the entire nation together, but that has not happened. So there's a vast difference between India and Pakistan, their societal stance as on date, and the way they are trying to fight this battle.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV and sharing all those inputs there. We hope we get to talk to you again very soon. But we understand at this point in time as well that this is a sensitive situation. And of course, this is important to note that last night has been a night of calm and peace on the LOC. We hope that continues to prevail in the coming days as well. But India has very much made it clear in that press briefing also that was held by the military heads of our armed forces of India that in case Pakistan tries to strike on India, Pakistan attempts to target us, we will give a strong and befitting response to Pakistan, one that they will never forget. Well, that is the message that comes across from our forces. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking and get you more. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled.
Welcome back after the break. Amid the India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well now. Pakistan tried to do a copycat press conference as in India's, but without giving any proof of the claims that it made. Now the international media is also taken on Pakistan for its baseless claims. My colleague Arjun is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, international media also mocking Pakistan now for the claims that it has been making, but without any evidence, Arjun.
That's absolutely right. You know, for perspective, just hours after India's armed forces, in fact, released verified footage of targeted military operations, the Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, you know, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this event quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, you know, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation, you know. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. You know, commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan's claims remain unsupported and unsubstantiated. The contrast has left Islamabad facing uncomfortable questions, and rightly so, from the global community that also demands clarity and accountability, especially in matters where military engagement is, you know, in the picture. Now, as security mounts, as scrutiny rather mounts, Pakistan's information strategy desperately finds itself in an increasing difficult position. Back to you.
Absolutely. Well, also, this is not the very first time for Pakistan. It has been the subject of mockery many times in the past. And once again, we've been seeing, as India, of course, has been doing these press conferences and giving proofs and evidence of the strikes that have been carried out for the last 4 days. Of course, there has been some sort of calm last night, but we are all prepared. Well, Pakistan also tried to do that, but Pakistan hasn't given even one single proof to back its claim, and that is why it has now become the subject of mockery from international media as well. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news. In another big revelation, DG Operations for IAF, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. Air Marshal Bharti told the reporters earlier that strikes were carried out at Malir Camp in Karachi as part of the Indian military's measured and calibrated response to Pakistani aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile site at Malir Cantonment in Karachi. Well, all big Pakistani cities were hit, but this is very much significant now that strikes were also carried out near targets, at targets near Karachi.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Camp. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
All right, we have more information now. Prime Minister Modi also had chaired a key security meeting at the 7 LKM, that is his residence. This was about an hour-long meeting that took place at Prime Minister's residence, where Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, CDS also met the PM. Well, Tri-Services Chief also had met the Prime Minister in the meeting, where we understand the future course of action was the focus. Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, and all three services chief attended this high-level meeting at Prime Minister Modi's residence earlier today. And while Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out now exclusively to NDTV, he said that Jammu Kashmir economy lies in tatters now. There are no tourists, the valley is empty and everything is shut here. He's spoken on Operation Sindoor, saying that our immediate purpose has been served, but we hope that things will improve from here on. Listen in.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, Schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed. And yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has, by design, unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling, and it wasn't just sort of tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You are seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are sort of in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to sort of an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
There is definitely going to be an impact of this conflict on the economy and tourism of Jammu Kashmir. But we do hope that things improve very soon, and the centre also has assured that all efforts will be made in that regard. Now, former Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also spoken to NDTV and said that Pakistan has had a dubious history of distraction, and there has been an unprecedented reach demonstrated by India. We have drawn a new red line. There is nothing token about our capability. Listen in to this exclusive conversation we had with him.
And joining us now on this broadcast is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister, and Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor, is also joining us on this. Mr. Chandrasekhar, starting with you, of course, there are a lot of reasons for India to cheer, because India has managed to send a strong message to the world that there will be a new rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. Operation Sindoor has been a massive, massive success, and India has significantly managed to demonstrate its military and strategic prowess. What are your thoughts, sir?
Look, I think it's very clear that Pakistan has had a long, dubious history of trying to distract its own people from its failings and its slide towards a failed state by occasionally having these terror attacks against India, targeting innocent Indians to try and blackmail India and shift the narrative into a narrative of Kashmir and India, and as this general, this very, very dubious general tried to make it a Hindu-Muslim thing recently over the last 10-15 days. But what has happened this time around, I think, is that India has demonstrated that while Pakistan and its generals can try and do whatever it needs to do to distract its people, there will be severe cost imposed on them by the actions of India. And these unprecedented type of destruction that we have seen on 11 Air Force fields of Pakistan, the reach that India has demonstrated deep within Pakistan is certainly drawing a new red line which is that you can still toy with terrorism if you think that is very, a smart thing for you to do, but be prepared to to have severe costs imposed on you. And India has demonstrated that there is nothing token about what India is capable of doing. It will impose severe costs on Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment if it continues to play terror and use terror as some sort of a war against India.
All right, more information are coming in. We're learning 32 airports across northern and northwestern regions of India that were closed earlier due to airspace restrictions in the wake of heightened tensions with Pakistan have now reopened. India's aviation regulator has said that these airports include Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar and are now available for civil aircraft operations. The closure was announced on Saturday, 3 days after India began an anti-terror campaign, Operation Sindoor, which involved striking terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And while the NCW and Association of Indian Diplomats have come out in strong support of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and his daughter, who've been relentlessly trolled online, the NCW has said that trolling of the Foreign Secretary and his family is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Association of Indian Diplomats also bagged Misri, calling him a distinguished diplomat and thorough professional. The trolling was such that Vikram Misri made his account on X private.
Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IAS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindoor in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
A few hours ago, the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, has been, has faced relentless trolling. And so have the two women officers, Sophia Qureshi and also Vyomika Singh. They were the face of communication for these 4 days that we have seen. How unfortunate do you think it is? I mean, to target a diplomat who has been working tirelessly, to target two officials who were presenting the decisions and actions taken by the executive and also by the military?
Well, I think it's very, very sad because we can say without any hesitation that these three have been a remarkable face of our determination, the clarity of purpose, determination, and the sense of confidence that they gave. All three of them have been remarkable, and I see no problem there at all. There are people in the country who will troll anybody for decisions that are taken at a higher level and decisions that are taken in the enlightened self-interest in modern times. We are not a country of jingoists. We are a country that believes in protecting its rights and its sovereignty, but it's also a country that believes in the nature of diplomatic interaction with the world. And constraining our top officers by putting this kind of pressure on them is very sad, really very sad. I would just salute them, and I believe that the best that we can offer to them, we should truly proud of the work they've done.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Welcome back after the break. The US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that's threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As part of the agreement hammered out in Geneva, the US has agreed to lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, and China will reduce the duties on US imports to 10% from 125%. And there has been a significant jump marked in the global markets. Investors are now cheering the US-China trade deal. US futures spike nearly 1,000 points, while Asian markets have jumped over 3%, while European markets have gained over 1%. Well, news from the world of sports now. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect in an emotional post on Instagram. After India Test captain Rohit Sharma had confirmed his retirement from the longest format of the game, the reports of Kohli communicating the same intent to the BCCI merged, sending shockwaves across the cricketing spectrum. It was reported that the board was in talks with Kohli to make him change his mind, but it seems that the outcome was unsuccessful.
Virat Kohli using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and a nice flurry to finish it.
And well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla has been honored. Those visuals on your TV screen.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist. And never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Indian Armed Forces reiterate that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that Pakistani military was responsible for any loss that was incurred. Forces say all military bases are intact. We are fully prepared. Big relief for flyers. India-Pakistan. Amid the truce, all airports have now opened in India for flight operations. 32 airports were shut amid the tensions. Adani-made drone has been used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs build this drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. And it's been the best day for markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty have been up nearly 4% each. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli has announced retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kati Bahel. In a key briefing by the DGMO on Operation Sindoor, Indian Armed Forces today reiterated that Operation Sindoor had targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistani military was responsible for the losses incurred on their side. Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, addressing the DGMO conference earlier, said that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists and they made it their own fight. Well, it was also said that Pakistan's Chinese air defense system had failed, while India's air defense system was multi-layered and could perceive the threats from the enemy. Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. Also, we understand now India has been continuously providing the proof of the strikes that were carried out against Pakistan, with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage recovered, and satellite images also that have been given out. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. Listen in to what was said in this press conference first.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Well, Director General of Air Operations Air Marshal A.K. Bharti also now confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Listen in.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Air Marshal clearly denying the rumors of action at Pakistan's Kirana Hills, clearly saying that we don't know what is there and we did not hit that facility. All right, my colleague Vishnu Shom as well as Shiv Arur joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, if I could come to you first. The key takeaways from this briefing, we understand this is also important, the bite that we just played out of the Air Marshal clearly saying, denying the rumors that have been floating around about India's action at Kirana Hills.
Well, I think we need to listen to that soundbite in its totality. And while he did on record deny that India had struck any nuclear weapons depot of the Pakistani armed forces, he did begin that statement with a smile on his face. And there is video to suggest that, there were certain strikes which took place in the vicinity of an area which is believed to house Pakistani nuclear weapons. But as you can understand, none of this is publicly disclosed, nor is it confirmed. So we will take the Air Marshal's denial at face value, particularly since crossing or hitting targets which might have a nuclear implication in terms of hitting a depot with nuclear weapons or anything of that sort crosses a massive red line, which I don't think the Indian Air Force intended to do.
Also, Vishnu, we understand India has also made it clear in that press conference that if Pakistan actually tries to engage in any sort of nefarious activity in the future also, we are all ready, all set to give them a strong response. Our military units are all ready as well.
Well, that's been the Indian position now for the last couple of days. In fact, right after the ceasefire, they made it absolutely clear that Operation Sindoor remains operational, and that if there is some sort of a hit which comes in from Pakistan, we will respond immediately. So he wasn't saying anything new over there. In fact, in speaking to very senior sources last night, I was led to believe that the situation that now exists will be the new normal, that Pakistan cannot expect a return to normalcy. Therefore, if there is any attack on terror, an Indian military response can never be ruled out.
Absolutely. That is what something India has been saying time and again. Well, this was a second press conference that was held in a matter of 48 hours, we believe. Let me go across to my colleague Shiv Arur also. Shiv, we understand, there has been, last night has been a night of calm and peace at the LOC, but we do hope that continues to remain, that continues to prevail. At the same time, we understand India also making it clear if any sort of action comes from Pakistan, we are all set. But, an important point that I also want to make here, Shiv, is that India has been continuously giving proof of the strikes that have been carried out, with more picture of the debris and wreckage also that has been found. At the same time, the other side has only been making false claims and has been the subject of mockery from the international media as well.
You're right. There's a huge amount of misinformation that's come in from Pakistan. And today there's evidence to suggest that China has been helping fuel this disinformation. For example, just about 15 minutes ago, we got to know that China has been peddling old satellite images of certain Indian Air Force bases to suggest that damage has been caused there. But these have been proven by open source experts to be from, March and February, long before Pahalgam and long before Operation Sindoor, definitely. And therefore, China appears to be trying to assist Pakistan in selling, a story of fantasy to its domestic audience. It's a familiar playbook. Both China and Pakistan are similar that way. They try and sort of hypnotize their domestic audiences to a reality which is obviously not real. This is a country that's had a dozen frontline air bases in big cities being attacked in the last 48 hours. And therefore, misinformation is something that they need to resort to because the reality is so agonizingly painful. On the other aspect that came out from today's Armed Forces briefing, hugely important, that the first officially released pictures of Chinese, failed
Big
Chinese
breaking news
missiles
now coming in at the moment. We're learning Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation today. Prime Minister Modi's address is going to be at 8 p.m. on Operation Sindoor. This is what is expected. The first address after Operation Sindoor. This is big. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking at 8 p.m. He is going to be addressing the masses tonight. This is what we are learning at the moment. What Prime Minister Modi is going to say, that of course remains to be seen. All eyes will be on that. But this is his first address post-Operation Sindoor, and this is big. Prime Minister Modi will be briefing the nation first time after Operation Sindoor came into play, and we understand now the tension seems to be between India and Pakistan continues to be, it seems to be withdrawing, but at the same time, India has made it clear that we are all ready, all set to give a befitting reply to Pakistan in case of any misadventure by the neighbor. But we understand now Prime Minister Modi will be speaking to the masses, will be briefing the nation at 8 p.m. This marks his first address after Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi has been continuously monitoring the activities in the last 4 to 5 days. And we understand that this key briefing comes at 8 p.m. Just a day before the ceasefire agreement between the both sides came into effect, and normalcy at the moment seems to be returning at the LOC. This has been a night of calm and peace as we witnessed last night, but we do hope the situation continues to remain the same in the coming days as well. All right, my colleague Maria Shakir also now joins us on the broadcast here. Maria, this is big. First address of the Prime Minister post-Operation Sindoor at 8 p.m.
Yes, that's right. And this will be an address to the nation. And it certainly becomes significant because, we have had DGMO's address 2 sets of press conferences where details came in of the kind of, military action which was taken by the various forces. During the course of Operation Sindoor, we do know that Prime Minister was monitoring all the movements and all the details through the night. And thereafter, we have seen series of meetings being held at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he has met all the administrative heads in terms of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, the 3 army chiefs, the 3 chiefs of the various services, CDS and others in attendance. That has been happening almost on a daily basis, sometimes twice or thrice in a day as well. So he has been very hands-on, taking all the calls necessary at whatever point that was needed. Now it is time to communicate to the country as to what India has done and what India has managed to achieve. So, in terms of the information and communication, I think Prime Minister Modi's art of communication is very well known, and he understands fully well as to how should he tell the country what has been achieved through Operation Sindoor, which was carried out to avenge, Pahalgam terror attacks, and post that there was military action against air bases, which was carried right inside Pakistan as well. So India first, taking defensive move and then going on an offense is what we know about. But overall, I would say that, remember, Prime Minister Modi had famously spoken from Bihar, Kishanganj in Bihar, where he had said and communicated directly to the entire country, saying clearly that he will track, identify and ensure that each and every perpetrator of that heinous crime, the dastardly attack which happened on Indian soil, is punished. And that was a promise he made to the people of the country. And at that time, Mr. Modi was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians. And right now, when he addresses the nation, he will be able to communicate effectively, which is needed at this point, as to what was the objective of Operation Sindoor and what India managed to achieve through Operation Sindoor, and where do we go as a nation from here onwards.
Absolutely. So far, we've seen the heads of military, the chiefs had been addressing the media on the operations that have been carried out, the strikes that have been carried out against Pakistan. And that definitely has come as a big reassurance from our forces. But Maria, this also, Prime Minister Modi's message, as you've been saying, is definitely going to be very significant while he is going to be talking about the operations that have been carried out. There is also going to be a sense of assurance coming in from the Prime Minister as people have been really tensed. There has been, of course, tensions at the LOC as well. People had to move out of their houses, and normalcy now seems to be somewhat returning once again.
Look, Kitty, I think more than that, the sense of relief is there among the people of India.
Yes.
But Prime Minister Narendra Modi communicating to the citizens of India at this point, and the time that has been chosen is 8 p.m., becomes very, very significant. Mr. Modi is an effective communicator. Throughout the COVID times, when there was the health emergency, he would address the nation repeatedly, try to really assuage the sentiments of a country which was worried about its future. Right now, diplomatically, militarily, action has been taken against Pakistan. Where do we go as a nation from here onwards is something that will be communicated by the Prime Minister. We do know that a new normal has been, set in place. Operation Sindoor was perhaps the defining moment, or in terms of the inflection point strategically. It was a new red line which has been drawn between India and Pakistan, that every time if there is an act of terror, India will go and, not only retaliate and target the terror bases, it will go ahead and target even the military installations in the heart of Pakistan. all that message having been communicated to the global audience, I think the moment is now for the Prime Minister to tell the country, India at large, as to how he sees Operation Sindoor. It was a promise that he made not once but repeatedly to the citizens of India post Pahalgam, post April 22nd, when we lost 26 of our citizens. He had famously said then that India was united like never before, because those who lost their lives came from 16 states of India, and hence it was a nation which was mourning. Right now, there is a sense that, that post the dastardly attack, the government of India stand, the move which has been made by the armed forces is a message which has gone loud and clear. Now what next is something that we'll wait and listen to the Prime Minister himself when he addresses the nation at 8 p.m.
Yes, absolutely. Prime Minister Modi also at the same time, we understand, has also given out a strong message to the army on Pakistan's escalation if that happens in the coming future, saying that we will have to give a strong response to them. There will be cannons for bullets. Well, that was the messaging that came out from Prime Minister Modi earlier. So he's given a free hand to the forces as well, Maria, in case of any sort of escalation. But we do hope that's not something that we get to see in the coming days.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, throughout those 15 days before the Operation Sindoor was carried out, the message was that there would be action. That Prime Minister had given a full freedom to carry out any, operation across the border to counter the terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil to the armed forces. They were given complete operational freedom to decide the time and place of their choosing. He has been very, very hands-on. We do know that on the morning at 1:44 a.m. that night, when we came to know that Operation Sindoor has been a success, Prime Minister Modi was up through the night, speaking to the CDS, was in touch with the Raksha Mantri, and was getting all the details that was needed. This is the point when we have moved on from Operation Sindoor, which is now ongoing, although the defense forces continue to maintain. But at this point, I would say, when there is, the kind of misinformation which is almost flooded online by the Pakistanis and the Western media, there is a need for the Prime Minister perhaps to communicate to the country, and also through that address to the nation, to the world at large, as to how effective these 4 days has been. That India is not an aggressor, as we have been saying. The first act, or the original act of aggression, was on 22nd of April. And thereafter, both militarily and non-militarily, India's Operation Sindoor has been a massive success.
Absolutely. And that's a very important point that you've touched there. We'll come back to that in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya Jain also now joining us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, big update now coming in, big development. We're learning now Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Any more details coming out?
Well, since the Pahalgam terror attack, I've been covering multiple meetings that Prime Minister was chairing. He was closely monitoring the entire situation panning around. He was briefed on a regular intervals by the tri-service chiefs, the CDS, NSA, Defense Minister, or the External Affairs Minister. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi had given several directions. I remember the Prime Minister's office sources told NDTV that at last yesterday, on Saturday, I beg your pardon, the sources have indicated that Prime Minister had stated that any further or any future terrorist activity will be considered as an act of war, and if that happens, then India will retaliate accordingly. There was an entire narrative that was said by Pakistan that was busted by the Indian Armed Forces during these press conferences, and it was, of course, the Congress party party, which was on the other side, demanding a special session of parliament, Prime Minister to address the all-party meeting as well after the successful Operation Sindoor concluded, and as Indian Armed Forces stated, that justice is delivered. The sources in the Indian Armed Forces also indicated that there were more than 100 terrorists which were killed. Specific targets were neutralized. For 35 to 45 Pakistani armed soldiers died in this entire Operation Sindoor, and India achieved its target. India achieved its objective of Operation Sindoor. But of course, there were many questions that were raised in the past few days by many in the country or externally as well. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will himself come out, address the nation, will tell about the objectives being achieved out of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the government was always in a view that India will only hit the terror camps, the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, and India had only retaliated when Pakistan army came and targeted our civilians, our base, and it was a retaliatory measure that Indian Armed Forces opted. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be directly giving out that strong message that terrorism will not be tolerated.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. It was under the directions of Prime Minister Modi that the operation was carried out. We understand his leadership, of course, is being lauded, but at the same time, we understand Prime Minister Modi will be now speaking at 8 p.m., giving out, we understand, speaking about the Operation Sindoor and giving an assurance to the people of the country as well, about the misinformation as well that has been going on in the media since some time now, this information warfare that has been continuing from Pakistan. About that also much needs to be cleared. But yes, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and this big story. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from
Welcome back after the break. Amid the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces deployed in the Operation Sindoor against Pakistani terrorists was built in Bangalore Ceasefire. The unmanned aircraft system is made by Adani-owned Alpha Designs. The Ceasefire flies like an unmanned aircraft system and strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long-range precision tactical strikes. The Ceasefire has a low acoustic signature enabling stealthy low-altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can identify, track and engage operator-designated targets using a 5 or 10 kg warhead housed within its fuselage. These suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, based in Bengaluru, and Elbit Security System of Israel. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More coming on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
It is stumps for Virat Kohli in Test cricket. One of the most loved cricketers of our generation has walked away after 9,230 runs in 123 tests in 14 glorious years in whites. In the interim, he captained India in 68 tests and won 40 of them, becoming India's most successful test captain as well. He stopped 770 from the test club of 10,000 runs. Virat leaves behind a Virat-sized hole in test cricket. Of his 30 test tons, the most recent 100 not out came in the first test against Australia in November last year. It was his first in 15 innings across 16 months. And so cricket's greatest showman leaves the grandest stage, not with a final century, wave of a bat or guard of honor, but with a post to his 271 million Instagram followers. He'll be remembered as the man who dragged the Indian test side into the 21st century. We will discuss on this show what made Kohli retired and what happens now. But before that, let's dip into this tribute by the International Cricket Council. Well, we'll get you that video in a little bit from now, but at this hour I'm joined by senior journalist Sharda Ugra and Gautam Bhattacharya on the show. Sharda, Kohli leaves behind a Virat-sized hole. Tell us what is really the story. He is really close to that 10,000 run club, and considering it's Virat Kohli deciding to walk out of Test cricket at this juncture, it seems a little unbelievable.
Yeah, Rika, it's not unbelievable because we had heard stories that he was thinking of this. I mean, these are just stories. It's not like he was speaking to me personally. But there was a sense that the selectors were trying to convince him to stay, particularly for the England tour. He's had I think, Indian Test cricket has taken a bit of a beating in its last 2 series. We lost to New Zealand at home.
Ask Mir to publish with the audio.
And we lost to Australia, and both Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who were the sort of the pillars of their team, they didn't have the kind of results and the scores and the performances that they wanted. So this was coming, but maybe I think it was thought that one between either Rohit or Virat would go to England. It was assumed to be Virat, and he's decided that no, he wants to call it a day, and there's no more of this. And the thing about 10,000 runs and 10,000 Test runs, what you say is true, but he's still up there amongst the the top 4 Indian Test batsmen in history.
I'm also actually joined at this hour by Atul Vasan, former India cricketer. Atul, we were talking a little while earlier about Virat Kohli leaving a big hole in Test cricket. Tell us a little bit about, the impact it is going to have on the cricket verse, on the Test verse, so to say, now.
Yeah, I think they're the last of the, the breed who actually brought back Test cricket into relevance, because, you will never get to see players like this, who are so proficient in all the formats and, literally geniuses. And I think lost Indian team, yes, because once somebody goes, it's not the runs he was getting in the last 3 years, it was the presence of the mentorship that he was there, he gives the assurance. And I think that was much needed. But, the whole world has lost a cash cow. People come and throng to the stadiums to watch him play. And he's like a magnet, because he brings this kind of passion. And he's got so many people to join, to watch cricket all over the world, not just India. And I think his persona also just adds to the picture because he just saw the runs. And I think even if he would have got 10,000 runs, I mean, he wouldn't have become a better player. And he is the last guy to actually play for these numbers, because a lot of people judge. But when you compare all the formats and, the low-hanging fruit, the T20s, and then you see the kind of cricket is dished out, I don't think so any cricketers who are big stars in the shorter format are willing to go the hard grind which needs to go and where Tendulkar and Virat have reached.
I'm also joined by former India cricketer Dilip Doshi, who lives in the UK. Dilip, the next tour that India is looking forward to is in the UK. How is the British press now reacting to this sudden announcement by Virat Kohli?
First of all, I thank you for inviting me. And just a small correction. I used to live in the UK. I'm just visiting. I live in Mumbai in India.
Okay.
That's one. And secondly, more importantly, when I learned this morning that Virat has retired from Test cricket, it made me very sad from the point of view that he is one of the truly great players that I've ever seen. And I would pay actually money to go and see him. And I think he has brought so much stability to Indian Test cricket team that the others around him have rallied and started realizing that Test cricket is the proper form of cricket. Virat always, if you look at his career, he has always led from the front. Irrespective of whether he was a captain or not, he has an inherent leadership quality of taking the burden on his shoulder. Even if he hasn't scored runs, he would be encouraging the bowlers, running around the field like the youngest player in the team. So I think his enthusiasm and his love for the game would have rubbed off on many, many youngsters who have played with him. And let us hope that his being with a lot of them have inspired many other youngsters to reach higher levels. As Atul was saying that after Sachin, if there is one cricketer that people flock to see, it's Virat. And this is across the world. And I think I don't like to compare people, but Virat has won many games on his own and batting second many times. His quality of his batsmanship and chasing runs has been phenomenal. So I just feel that Test cricket is deprived of a great spectacle. But you also understand that Virat has done enough, and he is left at when he is at his peak.
Okay, on that note, let me go over to a fan of Indian cricket, Test cricket, Rishi Chabra. Rishi, now that Virat Kohli leaves the stage, who is that one man you are going to flock to the stadium for?
Rika, very difficult question because, you know, honestly, the kind of aura that Virat Kohli had created in this Indian cricket team, it's going to be unmatched when it comes to the batters. But, credit to him, he's taken a call on his retirement at his peak. We all saw the kind of, performance that he had in Australia. He wasn't scoring runs. So definitely that was something playing on his mind. But if you talk about, the current players, I think there's just one player who can match the aura of Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah. So, there's a lot to look into the future. I'm sure there will be someone who will live up to the expectations of the fan and the, spectators. But it's going to be very difficult to fill Virat Kohli's shoes. It's going to be next to impossible.
Right. Let's quickly listen into Mr. Rajiv Shukla, who has also reacted on Virat Kohli's announcement of retiring from Test cricket.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket in Test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in Test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Because besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take a retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
Sharda, the way Virat Kohli decided to walk away, there was no century, no celebration, no guard of honor, just an Instagram post to his 271 million followers. How would you read into that?
I think fans will be upset that there is no farewell. I think this is a new age of social media communication with the fans of how many ever hundreds of millions he has. And that's the way he's chosen to do it. It would have been nice had there been some kind of match where you knew this was going to be the last sort of time that you see a cricketer like him playing Test cricket for India. But this is also a reflection of the generation at which these players are operating in. They said, look, this is what we want to do. We want to play one-day cricket. We want to play a white ball cricket more. And that's the choice we're going to make. And in a way, both Rohit and who just quit about 5 days ago, and Virat have sort of followed in the footsteps of MS Dhoni, who also sent off his retirements in these through social media posts and things of that, and sudden announcements. He's still playing 2020 cricket. So you'll see them around. You won't see them in India whites, and I think Kohli will be missed particularly in that. More than, I mean, that's just in my head. I think he'll be missed in that format quite significantly.
Atul, let me go over to you. These are not the days when any cricketer anymore needs a benefit match. So a final match, a benefit match will not be played. But will BCCI for its own fans want Virat Kohli to play in India one last time?
No, I think we'll see him play cricket in some form, but that is these old traditions actually just fade away, and Sharda is right. Actually, is the day and age we live in, and they are not big fans of tokenism, symbolism. So I think what he has done, he felt it right. Yes, if he could have given a roadmap that okay, I'll play, this is my last series. That time also is gone because. Players live day to day, and I think he's realized that he's got 2 kids. He is taking too much of bandwidth because Test cricket is hard. It's just not the time you spend playing a match. It's before and after that, and then that grind actually is something which I don't see any of the other players, the big stars of shorter formats, going for. And I think that's why I feel that who's going to get these fans back to Test cricket? We need players like him, and that is why world cricket is poorer. In revenue-wise also, I think monetary-wise, we lose a lot of moolah Bumrah because, he brings people and I think eyeballs will be less. So
Right.
it's a loss all around. But he is beyond the place where he needs a farewell match and we'll see him play in other formats. He is probably going to aim for the Olympics. That's where he's heading to.
Right. In fact, I was with him during one of the discussions when he was asked whether he would like to come back for the Olympics. He didn't say very clearly whether 2028 is one last time when we would see him in the T20 format or not. Of course, he's retired from the T20 format, but in some ways, he did express his keenness on coming back for that one last match if India reaches the final of the Olympic Games. Going over to Mr. Doshi, what would you really say has been Virat Kohli's biggest legacy in Test cricket?
Virat has always played to win. And this is what I admire most in any sportsman. But, he didn't mind losing if he was trying to win. As you can remember, some series back in Australia, Australia set up almost impossible tasks, but we got very close to it and Virat fought from the front. So the greatest asset that Virat had was a self-belief in himself, willingness to win at any cost meaning sporting manner. And of course, he raised the standards of people around him. And as I said, that he played for a good result. And this is the most sporting behavior from a great cricketer. And I remember that there were times when people would be quite happy to close the shutters and have the game as a draw, and not Virat. And this is one of the things I admire the most. And I hope that there will be some younger players who will take the cue from him and follow in the same vein.
Let's also talk about Virat Kohli's contribution in grooming the fast bowlers. Gautam, would you say that, his foresight in grooming the fast bowlers to take 20 wickets is what also gave India that, that aura in Test cricket which they were missing before?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that pace battery comprising of Bumrah, Shami, Ishant, and Umesh to some extent, and the fitness culture. I mean, when we are discussing about Virat's legacy here, the manic, almost the manic obsession for fitness. I mean, these two things had also been two of the biggest, part of his legacy in the way he brought about or he played his cricket. Absolutely.
Sharda, while he also revolutionized the culture of fitness in the Indian dressing room, he's also been criticized for that, for pushing other cricketers to follow what he is doing.
Rika, every captain has their own personality, which they bring into how they, how they run the dressing room. And following Dhoni, who was much more sort of quieter, he was, Virat was the absolute opposite of it. And particularly in Test cricket, as everyone is pointing out, he made a real push to try and make sure that India succeeded and was successful overseas. We'd had these two very bad series under Dhoni, 4-0, 4-0. So Virat tried to turn that around, and but captains just bring that to a particular to a dressing room. You can't have a cookie cutter sort of a type that follows everything, and it's almost like teams sometimes get the captains that time seems to require. So after Kohli's time, you had Rohit, who had a different way of working with players, working with the team. Captains have something like a 4 to 5 year shelf life, and I think that's about the best amount of time that you get when people then start sort of pointing fingers and saying things. It's just his personality, and he wanted to be that way. And he wanted everyone to be super fit and push and be intense and everything. It's what makes Virat Kohli who he is, and which is why he was so successful in his own career.
Atul, if we are to talk about Virat Kohli's regrets when it comes to Test cricket, should we say the series in England, which we almost won, but we couldn't close it out because of COVID? When India eventually went back, he wasn't the captain anymore, or the fact that he couldn't win a World Test Championship medal?
I don't think so, because if you have not been able to do something, probably 300 runs in Test cricket and all that, you can just, but I think this is just wishful thinking, because I don't think he looks back at the series where he could have won or didn't win. Actually, the loss against New Zealand in India is probably what must be actually bothering him the most, because the way the whole team played. And but when you have done so much, been there, done it, got the T-shirt, you actually look at the good times. You don't actually now cherry pick what could have happened. And he's not the kind of player or the guy to actually just dwell over something which has gone past. He wants to live his next phase of life is starting. He wants to enjoy the family life. He's superbly fit, and I'm sure he's going to find a lot of things to occupy himself.
Mr. Doshi, you belong to a generation of cricketers when Test cricket particularly, was termed as a gentleman's game. Now, Virat evolved from being a brash teenager, a brash cricketer, to King Kohli. How do you look at his personal transformation?
Well, Virat started very young, almost as a teenager or soon past it. So there is certain exuberance in a young person and the willingness to win. Now you have to look at different times. In our times, a lot of cricketers and India as a country did not have the self-confidence that the young India has had in the last 30, 35 years. And so whatever Virat represented the current young modern India. And he wanted to win, and he wore his heart on the sleeves, as they say. And I think as he grew up and he controlled his emotions more. But I would say that Virat's greatest asset was that despite his personal failure in a game, his enthusiasm to win and to encourage the fellow team members was infectious. I think that is a great asset in a team man. Everybody knows about Virat Kohli's fitness, his greatness as a player, his willingness to fight and, lead from the front. But these things, when you are down yourself as a great player and questions are being asked in public and by the press, he didn't allow that to really interfere with his thinking. And he was single-minded in his approach for the team and the Indian cricket. So this is where I would say hats off to him.
And I think his wife, Anushka Sharma, beautifully put out a post saying it was not just those wins, there were tears too, which the world wouldn't have seen, and she has. And there were moments of defeat, not just a victory, that together they have experienced. And the lows, it was not just the highs, but the lows. Rishi, coming to you, there are a lot of talks about either Shubman Gill or Rishabh Pant taking over as the next Test captain. What is that one trait of Virat Kohli that you would like for the next captains to imbibe?
Rika, it has to be the intent. I mean, we've seen the kind of intent that Virat Kohli brought into the team, be it while he was batting, while he was, in the field trying to pull up the entire team. So I think that intent and, obviously that fitness level as well. So these two things that, would be very, as fans, we would be keen to see in the next upcoming captain. But as we've all seen, I think chances are that Shubman Gill will lead the team in the future. So really hoping that he can live up to the expectations and do well for the team.
Gautam, coming back to you, while Virat Kohli has had many partnerships, would you say his partnership with Ravi Shastri was what really, transformed India's fortunes in Test cricket?
Yes, I mean, if you look at that period, he took over at 2014, and then there was a bit of a, like a transition when Anil Kumble came in. But then again, subsequently from 16 to say about 19, this is the time during which coincided with the golden phase of batsmanship. Say sometime around 16 to 2018, he had hardly put a foot wrong. In fact, I was looking at some of his figures. Those 3 years, he had scored over 3,600 runs daily. Right. And that was the time. Yes, I mean, they couldn't, win a ICC championship title, that's fine. But then again, it was the most productive time when they fed off each other. Their philosophy was somewhat similar.
Right.
Yeah, their philosophy was somewhat similar, and it was definitely a productive time.
Yeah, before, I wrap up the show, I'll have to ask all four of you your favorite Virat moments in Test cricket. And I'll start with Atul. Your favorite Virat moment in Test cricket?
Well, I think what defined him and what actually started him off and showed people that he's not your run-of-the-mill. He's different. Is when he showed the finger in Australia. That's for me.
Okay, Mr. Doshi, your favorite moment, Virat moment in Test cricket?
I find the win in Australia a few years back, when he was willing to chase runs and Pujara and him fashioned the victory, that was possibly a pinnacle in his career because not many teams have won in Australia.
Gautam, yours?
Mine, you see, when he was young and he just started, there were doubters about his potential as a test batter. 2013, it was wondrous. I think it was 113 and it was some 90 odd against an attack which still had Dale Steyn. I mean, there was a guy who showed the spunk, and this was if there's one guy, if you took one guy who enjoyed pace and bounce on the wicket, challenging conditions, he showed that he had it in him and he had arrived.
Rishi, what would be yours?
It has to be the first series win down under, because the kind of situation that we were in, COVID, and then a lot of players getting injured, and then the reserve players coming in. So definitely that has to be one series that Virat will always be remembered for in Test cricket.
I have to tell you my favorite Virat Kohli moment in Test cricket. It was the win in Joburg after India was down and out 2018-2019 series. The way India came back under Virat Kohli, and it was his phenomenal captaincy that helped India come back. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the show. And that is not all. Virat Kohli is being talked about in all circles. Virat Kohli was even being discussed by the DGMO today earlier in the day during the press conference, and he spoke about not just his contribution but citing an example how today, in today's world, in changing times, how pertinent this gentleman, this legend of the cricket is, as he signs off. Listen into this soundbite.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली. कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं.
Off the mark with a gorgeous cover drive to the boundary for 4.
That's a proper Virat Kohli special. Up there, cover driving, extension of the elbow. Beautiful to watch. What a shot.
Off his toes, there are few better sides of the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli.
You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored.
Oh, that's a super shot. Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump, forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
Those are the kind of shots that went off Kohli's bat when he was at his best.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines.
it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that
The Prime Minister is addressing the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. There has been an all-important DGMO briefing for the second straight day. The video proof of strikes at the Pak air bases has again been put forward. Forces again reiterate all military bases are intact. We continue to be fully prepared. The Pak army, they say, is responsible for their losses. The DG Army Ops also has mentioned a cricketing reference.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone, Sky Striker drone, made in Bengaluru. It is the best day for the markets in the last 4 years. Both the Sensex and the Nifty are up nearly 4% each. US and China have agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer the US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli is announcing his retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. He says he's walking away with a heart that is full of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. You're watching NDTV, and our top focus is what is expected in just the next 3 hours. The Prime Minister, for the very first time, is going to be addressing the nation. He's going to be speaking to the people directly, and this is his very first address post the Operation Sindoor that has been a huge success, where we have ensured that we've hit at the terror targets, where we've also ensured that our military might has completely pummeled Pakistan. Let's open this up with the very first perspective that we'll get in from our guest, Amitabh Tiwari, who's just going to join us, along with our team of reporters, Aishwarya Maria. Both are tracking that story. And I must tell you earlier, for the second straight day, we've also seen that all-important DGMO briefing, again reiterating the kind of losses and reversals that Pakistan has suffered. But for the very first time, when you will have the Prime Minister speaking, Maria, what could this entail?
Look, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, which happened on 22nd, Prime Minister's first address to the country and also to the world came in from Bihar, where he said that the terrorists and their perpetrators, basically saying that the handlers will meet the fate beyond their imagination, and that the forces and he will ensure that they are punished, they will be tracked and then punished thoroughly. So, you know, the message was loud and clear that there is something that India is planning and that the Prime Minister will be walking the talk.
Thereafter, we heard, the details emerged of Operation Sindoor, where Indian forces actually decimated the terror launch pads and also, the heart of terror in Pakistan, which had Muridke and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. And then the second part and the third part of Operation Sindoor had India going ahead and targeting military bases inside Pakistan and trying to send a message that that when it is about action, a new normal is being set, that there is a need for new engagement between India and Pakistan. This is for the first time, Deepthi, as you pointed out rightly, Prime Minister will be speaking in the context of Operation Sindoor. Becomes particularly important because Prime Minister Modi has been extremely hands-on. When details emerged roughly around 1:44 a.m. that night about Operation Sindoor's success, we were told by the sources who were right inside the Prime Minister's office that the Prime Minister was monitoring each and every aspect of this crucial operation, military operation. Through Operation Sindoor, India has sent a message that it can set that new red line on terrorism and that this war against terrorism is something which is ongoing. Remember, Prime Minister Modi was the one who had famously said that this is not an era of war and that India is being forced to take action against Pakistan terror outfits. It started again as as responding to an act of terror, and then it was about military action when Pakistan carried out those indiscriminate firing along the LOC and disturbed our international border as well. So having said that, I think this is the right time, post-ceasefire, when there has been no action whatsoever. It was a peaceful night and the DGMO talks have happened as well. It is for the Prime Minister to communicate to 140 crore Indians as to what really happened and how he sees the success of Operation Sindoor and how should the country be seeing, because there is a misinformation campaign which is ongoing. The Pakistanis and particularly the Western media is going all out to question India if it had actually achieved anything out of Operation Sindoor. I think Prime Minister's address to the nation will answer all those questions.
Absolutely. Maria, for the moment, why don't you just stay with us? I'll take this to Aishwarya before we get an Amitabh also into this conversation. Because, Aishwarya, the message is not just for all of us. It is not just for us here in India, for also people in Pakistan. But I think also a lot of those people who have been doing a lot of monkey balancing over the last, many perhaps years, where you've seen Pakistan launching that proxy war against India. So I think there is also going to be that message for the world that this is a new India. And keeping in mind that, Kashmir again is a bilateral issue when it comes to both India and to Pakistan, and we will talk to Pakistan only on our terms, Aishwarya. Is that also a thinking that you've picked up from your sources?
Well, and remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing a public rally in Bihar, he switched from Hindi to English and gave a strong message to the world as well, that how India is going to hit the terror camps in Pakistan and will neutralize the terrorists who had been given a safe haven in Pakistan. A loud and clear message was sent for the first time after Pahalgam terror attack by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who also lauded the Indian Armed Forces, given free hand to Indian Armed Forces to go ahead and neutralize the terrorists. India was not, at any point of time in a position of being aggressor. We were retaliating to what Pakistani forces had been doing, and our only objective of Operation Sindoor was to demolish those terror camps back in Pakistan, and we had proved so. Remember the statements coming from the Indian Armed Forces. The objectives of Operation Sindoor had been achieved. It's a successful Operation Sindoor that Indian Armed Forces had conducted, and justice is delivered to those who lost their lives, the loved ones, 26 innocent citizens who lost their life. And then India decided to hit those specific targets of the terror camps, the terror infrastructures back in Pakistan. And then we were just retaliating to what it has been coming from Pakistan in terms of drones, missiles, and what Pakistani army went on to a scale to hit our civilians, and Indian Armed Forces retaliated. I had covered multiple rounds of meetings that Prime Minister took at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and the messages that came in. First, of course, after that that all-important meeting that Prime Minister chaired. Prime Minister stated that a free hand has been given to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister also stated that he believes in the professional abilities of Indian Armed Forces, and it is time to track and punish them. The second message was loud and clear after, the diplomatic talks were and was engaged, and it was a DGMO level talks that happened after, and soon before that, Prime Minister chaired an all-important meeting. The sources in the Prime Minister's office also categorically stated that a message, a straight line has been drawn, a message has been sent across to Pakistan that if in the future there is any sort of terror activity perpetrated by the terrorists out there in Pakistan, then it will be considered as an act of war, and India will retaliate accordingly. India will act accordingly. And now, after the entire narrative being said by the Pakistanis, the Pakistani media, the Pakistani armed forces, the message would be coming directly from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That will certainly set a tone, and the red line that India has drawn as far as the terror activities from Pakistani soil is concerned, that will be the last word. All eyes would be at 8 p.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the nation.
Oh yes, we are, close to Amitabh, 2 hours, 51 minutes away from that big address. But clearly with the expanse, Amitabh, of what has happened in the last many days post the attack in Pahalgam, and also the position that Narendra Modi and India has taken vis-a-vis terror, whether this was about the Balakot, this is about Uri, everything else. There is a larger messaging, Amitabh, that goes out. What in your expectations could be what the Prime Minister could today be saying? And, clearly you will be looking at a larger political impact of India versus the rest of the world, where we say that anytime now you inflict pain or, such kind of a cowardly attack on India, we are smart enough, we are capable enough to respond in kind.
Yeah, clearly the Prime Minister, all the Indians are eagerly awaiting the Prime Minister's speech today. And if you recall, even after the Balakot airstrike, the Prime Minister had addressed the nation. So clearly after this Pahalgam attack, we had seen that from Bihar, the Prime Minister had promised that the perpetrators of this terrorist act will be avenged and will be taken to task. Now, clearly, I think in today's address, what we are likely to see is that he could list out what were clearly the objectives of the Operation Sindoor, what have been the achievements which have been partly addressed in detail by the DGMO briefings and the daily MEA briefings, and also clearly as to giving a future warning to Pakistan, because we have also said that any act of terror from now on will be considered as an act of war. So he could lay down the clear expanse of this entire military operation, our objectives, our achievements, and how in future Pakistan needs to be wary of our strength. The message is also not only to the Indian populace, it is, as you mentioned, it is also to the people in Pakistan and also to the global audience as such, that today's India is not dependent upon any country. It would, while it does not on its own act against anybody, it would definitely react and react very strongly against the perpetrators of terrorism, and it would not leave anything to chance for the territorial integrity of the country. So that message is very clear, I think. And of course, the today's world, the wars are not fought only on borders. It's also an era of social media communication, misinformation, fake news, etc. What a clear communication helps is that it assuages the sentiment of the people and give them clarity as to what has happened and what has not happened, because we have been living in a fog of miscommunication and misinformation, and we have clearly seen that the pressers by the DGMOs have brought a lot of clarity to the people of India and also to the world. So people will be expecting these things largely from the Prime Minister's address today.
Yes, I think, Amitabh, you make a very good point there, because, we haven't just called out Pakistan's bluff, Aishwarya, its fake factory, fake propaganda and everything else, because this is India not just speaking in thin air. I mean, we are putting out the evidence. We are showing them the before and after. And I think this is also a strategic change that has happened under this government, that the moment you're dealing with Pakistan, which is a rogue state, that still has, some kind of support in China, in Turkey, let's put out the evidence. Let's then see that which are those countries that stand with Pakistan, because clearly there has to be a larger messaging that goes on to the world, Aishwarya.
Well, and I got this information from the top government sources a few days back that this time India had all the visual evidences recorded. There is a documentation of the evidences that how India has hit those terror infrastructures. There is technological advancement. Data intelligence team has been set up to document all the visual evidences, and time and again in the press conferences, be it Operation Sindoor Phase 1 or Phase 2 or Phase 3 or the DGMO level press conferences, where we have seen those evidences being shown to the world. It's just not about telling Pakistan, but to the entire world, that how Pakistan is a safe haven of terrorism and how India has hit them deep inside the Pakistan's mainland and Pakistan occupied Kashmir as well. And in the future, if anybody will ask us the proofs, the evidences, then certainly we have all of that kept, be it the international organizations where Pakistan will of course go and will cry in front of them, be it the United Nations or the OIC. It will be Pakistan who would be going, but India have all of those proofs now. We have documented them and India can show to the world, and that's where India, technological advancements, the kind of radars that we have used and specific instructions being given. I remember Border Security Force issuing that video where India neutralized 7 terrorists at the Samba sector, and that was a proof that was shown that how Pakistan was giving cover fire and terrorists were trying to infiltrate into Indian territory. And all of those evidences clearly shows that how Pakistan, was giving shelter to terrorism. And also, I remember when the press conferences were done, it was also showcased that our civilian airlines were used as a shield to when the Pakistanis were sending off the drones, missiles towards the Indian territories, and how they have stooped down to this low. So clearly Indian armed forces had been giving proofs, showing to the world how Pakistan has been the safe haven for terrorism, and they will continue to isolate on every front in the near future as well.
Yes, I think that's obviously a fair point. And Amitabh, as Aishwarya was sharing this information, I just took this opportunity to figure out that how many times has the Prime Minister spoken on Pahalgam. So I think these are 3 important times. Kishanganj speech is what, all of you also alluded to. So that is one. Also in his Mann Ki Baat address, the Prime Minister did speak about this. So, there has been that regular conversation. And then there was a statement in front of the Angola president on May the 4th. But for the very first time, when you have the Prime Minister today speaking post the success of Operation Sindoor, Amitabh, there has to be a lot of, I think, importance attached to this, keeping in mind his very stern position he's always taken vis-a-vis Pakistan. We've said we as a country, talks and terror will never go hand in hand. We've also, in fact, drawn our own red lines. And this time again, I mean, not to say that the terms of engagement with Pakistan, Amitabh, have again changed.
Clearly, the terms of engagement have changed, and the Prime Minister, the people would also like, because there has been a lot of debate internally as to why this ceasefire took place, etc. So I think he would also speak on those aspects, because, as you mentioned, that there are 2 clear strategic objectives of the government. One is that the talks and terrorism cannot go together, but India is also a peace-loving country, and it has said in the Russia-Ukraine conflict that that it is not an era of war. Correct. So I think he will clearly explain as to the number of targets we have hit, the objectives we have met, and clearly this was a time to have a ceasefire. The terms of engagement have clearly changed. Now Pakistan is fighting on many fronts, not only the armed conflict, but also it has now the problem of the Indus Water Treaty. It has international pressure. It has also economic issues to deal with a recent bailout package by the IMF. So Pakistan is now circled around by many problems, and clearly, with this clear communication, what we have established is that these are the targets we have hit, these are the casualties, these are the number of before and after scenarios. So it is a very clear message also to the a section of the Western media which is still biased, which is still carrying out articles and op-eds in favor of Pakistan. So all this misinformation and miscommunication which is happening in this chaos, all this I think will be brought to finality with this speech. And also I think it is very good in a sense that he has come at the end of the conflict, correct? So he's not taking credit during the conflict. He is giving the people who have fought on the battle, on the borders, to get a chance to speak on the various aspects. And only at the successful conclusion of the operations Sindoor is that when he will be speaking. So there's a subtle message in that also, because it earlier said that he had given a free hand to our armed forces to deal with this.
Oh yes, and Amitabh, you know, in the last bit, it seems like you've just read my mind, because this is the question I wanted to bring forward to both you and to Aishwarya, that look at how you have a country like India that has dealt with this versus a country like Pakistan that is the aggressor, that is the hotbed of terror. Because in Pakistan, you know, Aishwarya and Amitabh, both of you and our viewers would agree that you know, instead of the military, you also had the deep state, you know, calling a lot of shots. You had Shahbaz Sharif, who was merely a puppet. And, you know, every time he came out, he only had misinformation to speak about or playing the victim card, not recognizing the proof that India has put out. So, you know, keeping even that in mind, Aishwarya, the fact that you will have Prime Minister Modi today speaking at the end of it after, you know, one night of relative calm at the LOC, again is a statement that India has exercised maximum restraint. We haven't escalated the situation, we haven't caused any kind of provocations.
Well, and it's a bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan that there will be no kinetic action, no firing along with the line of control and the international border. All other decisions that the Indian government has taken, that will continue to go on. The DGMO level talks that will happen later today will have a single agenda as to how de-escalate things, and no other agenda as being reported by many Pakistani outlets, the media outlets over there, that they can talk about IWT or the other things as well. But India had made it clear that only and only single agenda that will happen as far as DGMO level talks are concerned, that how to de-escalate things and how this this bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan will move forward. It is, of course, you know, at a time when within the country as well, the Congress party is asking for an all-party meeting that should be chaired by Prime Minister. Externally, many of the Western media, clearly bashing the Indian side, although the Indian government has been giving proofs after proofs, the Pakistani media creating a fake narrative. It will all come to a full stop after Prime Minister will be speaking and will be telling the world, just not the country, that India will not tolerate terrorism at any point of time in any form, whether coming from Pakistan or from anywhere. It could be language that Prime Minister can use, could be in English as well, to address the world in large. As India had not been an aggressor in this position, they have retaliated. India had specific targets. They have not hit the civilians out there. We have, we have a measured attack on the Pakistani mainland as well as Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and Prime Minister and will certainly laud the Indian Armed Forces, who had done a tremendous job as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. And as the DGMO Rajiv Ghai stated, that justice is delivered, and something that will directly come from the horse's mouth. We have heard from the military, we have heard from the officers in charge, the commandos, and now it will come directly from the horse's mouth as to what India has achieved through Operation Sindoor.
Oh, absolutely. Amitabh, before we actually move, I think this is a good way to look at the things, because much of the difference that you have seen between India and Pakistan is also the fact that here, unlike in Pakistan, you had the entire country standing with the Prime Minister. You know, the opposition also, apart from those questions that they've been asking, they've said that we are with the government. Let's go all out to teach Pakistan a lesson. And look at how Pakistan was responding to what Shahbaz Sharif was saying. You know, some of his own people were actually calling him quote-unquote weak, you know, when they listened to his address. There were so many memes about him. And this is why, to even people and the world, that draws an equivalence between India and Pakistan, I think it will be very important to hear what the Prime Minister says.
Clearly, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan today. In 1999, when the Kargil war was fought, India's economy was 5 times that of Pakistan. Today, it is 11 times that of Pakistan. And militarily, we have clearly shown that we are way superior to Pakistan. We can go and hit more than 100 kilometers inside Pakistan along the international border, and no Chinese equipment or help could probably help Pakistan. So there is clearly, it is visible to the world. It is just that the old age biases are not dying. In India, the entire populace was with the government. All the political parties were with the government. In Pakistan, we saw many people were clearly not believing what the government was saying, because neither Sharif's speech nor the DGMO's presser, which was seen as a copy of what we had held here, had any concrete evidence to show, because they were just blabbering of their achievements, but they had no concrete evidence to show to their populace or to the entire world as to what they had achieved, because they had not achieved anything. So now let's wait for the Prime Minister. I think there are important signals which will be given to the entire world, to Pakistan, and also will come to know as a nation as to what were behind the scenes activity of this ceasefire, and what was his logic of agreeing to this ceasefire, and what is the road ahead with respect to Pakistan.
Absolutely. So we are a little over 2.5 hours away from that big but all important address. Aishwarya, I'll let you go for the moment, and Amita, we look forward to coming back to you again as and when we have more updates on the entire story. But gentlemen, thank you so much right now. But let's also keep in focus what the day today has looked like. Remember, for the second straight day, you had the DGMO speaking about what's happened, with proof, with evidence, point by point, putting out details of how Pakistan has been hurt. Remember, the Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only the terror camps in Pakistan and in POK, and that it's the Pakistan military that was responsible for any kind of losses that they say that they have incurred. Now, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, while he was addressing the conference, said, and I quote him now, that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May the 7th. But he said it's Pakistan's military that sided with terrorists and made this their very own fight. Something, again, that is not surprising. Now, what we've also heard so far is that a lot of this Pak Chinese air defense system completely bombed. It failed. While India's air defense system is multi-layered, it could perceive the threats from the enemy, and all this was also detailed as a part of the briefing today, images of which you see on your screens. Then Air Marshal A.K. Bharti continued to also tell us that Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pak military bases with precision. That is the operative word. He also said that India continuously is providing proof of the strikes that are being carried out, with more pictures of the debris, the wreckage that has been recovered, and at the same time, there is absolutely no evidence, zilch, that Pakistan is wanting to put out. Now, India has also confirmed that Pakistani Mirage has been destroyed in Operation Sindoor. The Pak military bases have been hit, and there is considerable amount of damage that has been caused. But it would have been hit harder in case there was a major escalation, a position that India continues to maintain. Let's get you highlights of day 2 of this all-important briefing.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, 2 of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
And during this entire press conference, there was another important and a telling moment. This is when the Director General of Air Operations, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, actually confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at the Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Do remember, Pakistan and its fake news factory has been peddling this misinformation, and he, in a very subtle manner, actually said, we did not hit there, whatever there it is.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
So I'm sure Pakistan must have got the message. Let's move on to get you more analysis of why this day has been so significant. Obviously, we are building up to the Prime Minister's key address at 8, but before that, our colleague Shiv, who's been on ground zero getting you his reportage, now tells us his important takeaways of day 2 of the briefing and why, again, this was a huge success for our forces.
A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace.
And with this, it's time for us to head into a quick break. But on the other side, this is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues. And do remember, we are building up to the Prime Minister's big address at 8 today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The Prime Minister is all set to address the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. It was day 2 of the DGMO briefing, where the video proof of strikes at Pak air bases has again been put out for the world to see. They've also reiterated that all military bases are intact, we continue to be fully prepared, and it is the Pak army that is responsible for all their losses. The Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindoor. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. It is the best day so far for our markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty both are up nearly 4% each.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. Now, in another big revelation, the DG Operations for the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, has confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. And accordingly are also these images that you see on your screens. Now, the Air Marshal also told reporters that strikes were carried out at the Malair Cant in Karachi as a part of the Indian military's quote-unquote measured and calibrated response to Pak aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile that, remember, is called a SAM, site at Malir Cantonment in Karachi. And also the assertion is that all big Pak cities were hit. Now, Malir Cantonment, for those of you not very familiar, is a cantonment town of the city of Karachi in Sindh. You're looking at those images also on your screens. Our colleague Shiv also gets us more insight into why this was such an important target and what more do we know about the ops so far.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malir Cant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malir Cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindoor. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy in its briefing yesterday had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malirkant in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger.
But let's also tell you how the last few hours really have panned out. It was the first peaceful day and night in Uri, and NDTV, remember, continues to report from ground zero. On your screens are multiple images that come in from Rajouri, from Akhnur, and a lot of other sectors in Jammu and Kashmir, essentially reiterating and underscoring normalcy. There is peace after 18 long days of hostilities. The sense of calm continues, people going about doing their normal businesses. But again, when it comes to Pakistan, there is only that much. Remember that you can trust that rogue state. Let's get Shiv again to help us decode how the last few hours have been, what are the preparations still on ground zero, and what could be the road ahead.
Hello and welcome to this very special ground report from the line of control in Uri. That is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, less than a kilometer behind me near the Indian Army's last post. We have permission to report from here, and we are reporting after the first day and night that has gone without any hostilities since tensions began between India and Pakistan 18 days ago. Over the next half hour, we're going to bring you the highlights of the Second Armed Forces briefing, talks between the two countries, and how much bigger India's military operation against Pakistani targets really is than we ever imagined. The laughs of children, the sounds of livestock, birds twittering away. These are the sounds of normalcy one would imagine, even in this forward village, the last village before the line of control in this Uri sector of Kashmir. But it's going to be a while before the people of this final frontier settlement actually return. Some have because they have no choice, but most are still in the depth areas, in safety, still fearing Pakistani shelling. And there is another danger, the fact that there could be unexploded shells and ordnance in different parts of this village. State authorities and administration have warned all villagers to make sure that they do not return until everything is fully sanitized. Normal? That's not a word you see very often or hear very often in places like this. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a few months, maybe in more than a year.
And our next ground report, ladies and gentlemen, is coming in from the Poonch sector, where we are also trying to bring to you ground reality. There is an eerie calm at the LOC post the ceasefire, but what you still see around are deserted streets, houses still locked, people still not very clear whether they can return back to their homes or not. The locals here are recounting the Pak shelling horror. Even a madrasa in Poonch was earlier hit by Pak shells. And you have seen a lot of damage there visible in also these pictures. And they say that this has been the worst firing that they have seen and experienced and lived since the 1965 war. The locals there, though, are still continuing to pray for normalcy. Nazir has been on ground zero and he tells you more.
I'm in Poonch, which has suffered massive damage due to Pakistani shelling, and Pakistan is just behind these mountains. But here in Poonch, you can see Indian flag tricolor flying high. And what happened here, when Pakistan started shelling, they shelled this madrasa also. This was the under construction part of the madrasa, and first shell landed here. You can see this. And then another shell hit the residential quarters rooms of the teachers of this madrasa. And in this room, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal was killed. Another teacher was also injured in shelling from Pakistan. So when we talk about Poonch, it is Gurdwara and a madrasa that were hit in Pakistani shelling. But after killing of Maulana Iqbal, some of the news outlets tried to show that perhaps they use his picture and showing a terrorist from Pakistan has been killed in Muzaffarabad. And that is what has hurt the people, students in this madrasa who are patriotic, who are nationalists. I'm joined by Maulana Saeed. Saeed साहब, आपको भी बहुत उस वक्त हुआ जब ये बम गिरे इस पे कई लोग?
एक्चुअली हुआ ये कि 6 तारीख को जब ये
7 तारीख को
6 तारीख की शाम को जब हमला हुआ रात को, जब हमला हुआ तो उस वक्त तो खौफ हिरास का आलम था पूरे पुंछ में। जब सुबह 7 तारीख की सुबह को हम चूँकि यहाँ पर हमारे पास लगभग हॉस्टल में 1200 करीब बच्चे और बच्चियाँ हैं, तो हम
इसमें आपके यहाँ ये बड़ा मदरसा है
जहाँ ये गर्ल्स यहाँ ये बॉयज़ का मदरसा है और साथ में गर्ल्स का है। तो दोनों इदारों में लगभग जो है वो 1200 बच्चे बच्चियाँ जो है वो ज़ेर तालीम है जो हॉस्टल में रहते हैं।
तो बम जब गिरा बच्चे यहीं थे?
हाँ, बच्चे नहीं, उस वक्त ये हुआ कि ये कोई लगभग 8 और 9 बजे के बीच का वक्त था। बच्चे उस चूँकि हम तैयारी तो सुबह से कर चुके थे कि बच्चों को हमने डिस्पैच करना है, इनको घर घर इनको एवोकेट करना है और घर घर भेजना है इनको। हम उसी तैयारी में लगे थे। हम बच्चों को निकाल रहे थे, उनके लिए गाड़ियों का अरेंज कर रहे थे, उनके पेरेंट्स आ रहे थे, हम इंट्रीज कर रहे थे। हम इसी काम में थे कि किसी तरह से जितना जल्दी हो सके हम बच्चों को घर घर
यहाँ से
निकालें और घर घर भेजें। तो मैं अपने ऑफिस में था, मेरा ऑफिस यहाँ से कोई बमुश्किल 100 मीटर दूर है। तो बहुत ज़ोरदार धमाके की आवाज़ आई, पूरा ये इलाका थर्रा गया।
आपके मदरसे के बिल्कुल बाहर ये है, दिस इज़ द ट्राइकलर विच इज़ फ्लाइंग वेरी हाई एंड इट इज़ राइट नेक्स्ट टू द पाकिस्तान LOC. The Pakistan is on the other side of the mountains, and this madrasa has borne the brunt of this Pakistani shelling. And three teachers of this madrasa have been killed, including Maulana Iqbal. Thank you so much, Saeed Saab, and we feel very sorry कि आपको इतना नुकसान पहुंचा. Not only there's huge damage to madrasa here, but also it has 3 teachers and have been killed. 3 students have also been injured in this madrasa during Pakistani shelling. 2 days after the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, I am walking through the lanes and by-lanes of Poonch city, which has been the worst hit by Pakistani shelling. The town is like a ghost town, and you can see here almost every house here in this lane remains is closed. It's like a ghost town. You just see, wherever you go, you see houses are locked. Look at this house, locked. Look at this side, right side, locked. But there are some people who would be here. And let me talk to you, sir. Namaste.
नमस्ते
सब बताएं, इतनी सभी मकानों को हम देख रहे हैं बंद पड़े हैं, अभी क्या डर है? 2 दिन हो गए सीज फायर को।
वो तो डर है, इनको शेलिंग को इनकी कैजुअल्टी हुई है और लोग मरते हुए इन लोगों को देखा है। एक मकान में 2 आपने देखा है, सिंडिकेट मल्ला है, वहाँ में 2 एक ही जगह पर खड़े थे, तो वो उन्हीं ऑन स्पॉट वहीं पर उनकी डेथ हुई। तो जब ये इन लोगों ने देखा तो जो मौजूदा जनरेशन है उन्होंने सोचा यहाँ पर तो रुकना बड़ा मुश्किल है, के लोग यहाँ से चले गए। आप देख रहे हैं कि तकरीबन मैं तो जो मेरा अनुभव है ये भी यहाँ के काउंसलर मेरे के लिए यहाँ पर तकरीबन
ये मुझे बताइए कब आ जाएंगे लोग वापस?
ये जो आज की मीटिंग जो DMGO की जो मीटिंग, हाँ, इनकी जब जो मीटिंग जो हो रही है इसमें को क्या डिसीजन लेते हैं। अगर
आप बुजुर्ग हैं, आपने इतनी शेलिंग कब देखी थी लास्ट टाइम पे और आपने कितने जगह देखी?
देखिए जी, मेरा नाम बेहरलाल दत्ता है और मैं POKJ का रहने वाला हूँ और वहाँ से रिफ्यूजी होके यहाँ पर आया हूँ और 47 से यहाँ पर आ रहा हूँ। मेरी एज इस वक्त 84 years, so I am still feeling myself as a young man.
Okay.
That is why I
84.
हाँ 84 और that is why I
तो आपने सारी जगह देखी होंगी?
सारी जगह देखी। 40
इतनी शेलिंग कब के बाद हुई?
ये तकरीबन साहब 65 के बाद।
साहब सभी मकान बंद है यहाँ? सब मकान
90% मकान यहाँ पर
90% मकान बंद,
90%
डर खा। लेकिन अब तो सीज फायर हो गई, अब
मगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से यहाँ पे कोई इंतजाम
लेकिन आज चीफ मिनिस्टर तो आया है, अभी शहर में
चीफ मिनिस्टर ने आके आज विजिट की है, मगर
आज अभी वो शहर में ही है।
हाँ, अभी वो शहर में है, मगर यहाँ पे 90% लोग बाकी हैं।
अच्छा
90% लोग यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है।
तो अब आ जाएंगे वापस?
देखो अगर हालात ठीक रहे, अभी कंफर्म कुछ नहीं है, सीज फायर का अभी कोई कंफर्म नहीं है।
अच्छा, so people appear to be the amount of shelling this town has faced. Clearly, it would take some time for people to come to terms and see things are now will be actually improving, which is in fact improving. There have been no firing since yesterday, but still I can show you in this town, as he's saying 90% population, Most of the houses are locked here in this Poonch town. Shops are still closed. But one good thing is that since 2 days now, there has been no violation of ceasefire, yet still people say they are waiting for the second meeting of DG MOs so that they would be reassured that there would not be further violation of ceasefire.
So this is about what locals are feeling and how they're experiencing whatever's been happening both in Uri and in Poonch. Let's move on to get you more details now. Now, amidst the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces have deployed in Operation Sindoor against the Pakistani terrorists was also built in Bengaluru. This is Sky Striker. This is the unmanned aircraft system that is made by the Adani-owned Alpha Designs. Now, what is the Sky Striker? You're looking at a descriptive image on your screens. This actually flies like an unmanned aircraft system. It strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long range, precision and tactical strikes. The Sky Striker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy, low altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can actually identify, track and engage the operator designated targets using a 5 or a 10 kilogram warhead housed within its fuselage. Now, these suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, that is based in Bengaluru, and the Albit Security Systems of Israel, which you're looking right now on your screens. And now let's shift our focus to other key stories because we are also talking about what's been happening in the world. Now, the US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that is threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As a part of an agreement that was hammered out in Geneva, the US will now lower tariffs on Chinese goods to a 30% from an existing 145%. And what China will do in return is that it will reduce duties on US imports to a 10% from the current 125%. Now, Vishal, this clearly is good news. This tells you that there is progress being made. And this also tells you that, playing hardball, Disha, can only take you that far. But what happens from here on? What are the other details, the modalities that you believe can interest our viewers?
Absolutely, Deepti. So it really shows that US President Donald Trump's really hardball, as you mentioned, when it comes to trade and trade deals and this tariff turmoil that he's really imposed on the world, saying that countries must come on the table and agree to his terms, really won't work for everyone. And China really showed that with now US and China finally agreeing to slash the tariffs. Even US President Donald Trump over the past couple of weeks had been reiterating and saying that this level of tariffs was really harmful for the trade between the two countries, and hence it is crucial that they come to the table. And now they've finally decided to slash tariffs. So it is US will reduce tariffs to 30% on Chinese goods from a whooping 145%, and China in turn will reduce tariffs from 120% to now a mere 10%, which is a huge shift. It's almost 115% slash in tariffs in total. But this announcement really came after 2 days of long negotiations between the top officials from US and China and Switzerland, and this is just the first step when it comes to reaching some sort of trade deal, which both countries will continue to have conversations about. And both US and China really called it a constructive meeting. And we really have to wait and see how these talks progress and how it's going to really impact India. Because to remind our viewers, US and India are also currently in talks to reach some sort of trade deal, which will hopefully reduce the impact of the American tariffs that are currently on pause. And now if these tariffs have really been reduced, the US tariffs on China have been reduced to such a low extent to mere 30%, it really does impact the Indian market as well. And Indian products could now be affected in a detrimental sense. So we really have to wait and watch to see whether this is, the US and China have called it a temporary slashing, but we have to see whether it's a permanent move as well.
Oh yes, 90 days is what they say, Disha. And in a brief statement, in fact, they say the importance of a sustainable, long-term and mutually beneficial economic and trade relationship. It's a joint statement. But clearly, as Disha was just underscoring, what this has done is that this has soothed a lot of tempers for the moment. moment. You've seen a direct relation to how the markets today have responded. Let's get you those details. Also, where the investors are cheering the US-China trade deal. The US futures has spiked nearly 1,000 points. Asian markets are up about 3%. Indian stock markets have also surged over 3%. The European markets are also faring better. They have gained over 1%. So this is exactly the kind of sentiment I think that you see prevailing vis-a-vis the fact that you have both US and China that have been able to seal that deal. Remember, there have been negotiations in Geneva, and like Disha also underscored for us, you've seen a lot of hardball initially being played by the US, but finally these two economies have decided to lower down tariffs, and this, they say, is going to be for the next 90 days, within which they will continue to discuss this issue and thrash the other differences. And now let's get you back to Pakistan, a lot of Pakistan propaganda and how that has boomeranged. Because amidst all this India-Pak conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well. Now, what Pakistan tried to do is that they put out a copycat press conference, but without giving any kind of proof. No images shared, no details shared, unlike what you've seen vis-a-vis India. So the international media has also now taken on Pakistan, and they are questioning those kind of briefings. The foreign press also says that there is no proof. It's only bluster. Baseless claims that have been made without any kind of proof. Arjun decoding what we know on the story so far.
Released verified footage of targeted military operations. The Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this even quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. Commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan.
Let's move on now to get you a quick breaking update. In fact, on your screens, you're reading more details. The BJP is planning to launch nationwide Tiranga Yatra. This begins starting May the 13th. In fact, this is a yatra that's expected to go on for at least 10 days from the 13th to the 23rd of May, where the idea is to crisscross the entire country to reach out to every citizen, highlighting the achievements of Operation Sindoor. What we can tell you is that senior leaders, including Shambhit Patra, Vinod Tavade, Tarun Chugh, could be among those coordinating this campaign. Top BJP ministers and other leaders could also be leading these yatras across various regions of the country. So May the 13th is when this yatra begins, continues for 10 days. The idea is to go out and tell people more about the success of Operation Sindoor.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better. More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Second day of briefing by the Director General of Military Operations of all the three forces. Video proof of airstrikes at the Pakistani air bases revealed. Forces say all military bases intact and they are fully prepared. DG Army Ops, in fact, they talk about how the Pakistan Army is responsible for their own losses.
Ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani made a drone used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds drone. In fact, Sky Striker drones are made in Bengaluru. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14 years of career for India, says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the Prime Minister had addressed the country via his public meeting in Bihar post the Pahalgam terror attacks, where he had said that he will trace, track and identify and punish each and every terrorist and their perpetrators and ensure justice for the families of those who lost their lives in Pahalgam. Through the Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister had been extremely hands-on. He had been holding regular meetings with the Raksha Mantri with the External Affairs Minister, getting all the operational details from the Chief of Defence Staff and also from the 3 services chief. He was constantly in touch with the National Security Advisor, who was briefing the Prime Minister on a regular and hourly basis. Now, this address to the nation becomes very, very crucial because there are a lot of questions being asked and a barrage of social media misinformation which is going on as well. Aishwarya is joining us live at 7 from 7 LKM. That is where all the activities has been, Aishwarya, in the last few days. Prime Minister Modi, even on the night of Operation Sindoor, was taking minute by minute update, and thereafter series of meetings. You know, we have visuals of one such meeting which is currently on our television screens, but you know, even that meeting which was chaired by him, in which